I trade the stock market, bitch. All right, Elliot, I'm live on YouTube, so that should build up all day. I mean, who knows how many people will be in there later. I titled it pretty good, got good keywords and stuff. So keep an eye on that. And going live on TikTok now. Yes, sir. All right, now I'm going to be pulling up the high frequency trading setup screen as well. Give me a sec for that. Good morning, Sergio. Yeah, coins going to be happening today. Yep. Wow. Very little delay on the Zoom, at least I don't know locally. All right, now I need to set myself. And Jacob. Good morning, everybody on TikTok. Be with you just setting up right here. Setting up our live streaming all day. Yeah, Jesus, Dogecoin, wow, up 50% overnight. Or was it double in the last week? Yeah. Let's see. So I've got that streaming. So if you want to watch my screens, I'm going to be sharing two screens. So if you want to watch whichever screen you want to watch, number one, if you're on TikTok, click the link in my bio and come join the group and get into the Zoom. But then once you're in the Zoom, you'll be able to choose which screen you wish to watch. And frankly, I don't know how to do that, but maybe one of you other members can describe to people how do you choose the screen between multiple screens that are being shared. Okay, I believe we're all set up now over there. And I just need to record. Where's the recording? Record on this computer. See, it says it's recording, but it's not. Now, how do I know if it's recording? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, I hope so. Okay, so I have coin there on the high frequency trading setup on the bottom right. Ready to go. Hey, good morning. Opening price on coin is supposed to be $250. I think that's what I heard. Is that correct? I don't know. That's amazing. Let me see. Coin opening price. $250, yeah. Coinbase stock set to $250 as 1,700 staff get free shares at just $250. What? $600? Wait, what is this? Oh shit. Man, I need to free up some money right now. What are we going to do today? Are we going to do SPY puts or are we going to do coin IPO? I need to free up more money. Hey, good morning, Keith. Bad or no, you'll be okay, over the course of like 4 months or more, but you're at a high. So as far as the short-term trade goes, you bought it at a bit of a high. Somebody was asking about Apple. There's a pen on the bottom of my screen for your HFT screen. Someone can probably write on your screen. Oh, yeah. but I don't see that pen mark. But you're right. All I got to do is turn off disable annotation for others. There you go. But where did you see that? I don't know. Anyway, clear all drawings. All right, there we go. Does that bug you? Thanks, Camille. Thank you. Let me know if there's anything else weird that happens in the group. Always on Wednesdays, right? All right. But where do you find the Zoom? It's all over, man. We posted it everywhere. It's in the free chat room. It's in the announcements channel. There's a lot of different channels, I guess. But, free chat room or announcements. We probably should just plaster it through every channel. Let's see. Trying to think about any other channels that I should post that in. Yeah, that's pretty much where we need to post it. I think everybody can grab it from there. Yep, that makes sense. Got it. Yep. All right. Let's take a look. So yeah, Coinbase is gonna start at 250, and it could even price higher than that on the open. That's just like last night's estimate. So what does this say? The trading price could even surge higher with the Coinbase pre-listing contract, CBSE currently trading around $600 on the FTX exchange, representing a 140% premium above that reference price, which, yeah, that means nothing. It's just they're saying $600 is 140% more than 250. Okay, thanks for the mathematics. Another indicator suggesting a strong first day was the Q1 2021 financial statement suggesting that revenue spiked to $1.8 billion, bringing in net income up to $800 million, which is up from the $32 million recorded during the same period last year. So year-over-year growth, is actually, they're saying it was bringing in net income. Okay, net income year-over-year is 2,500%. So holy shit, this is like going back to the beginning and buying Apple at $1, in 1980 with whatever 3, or Google at $10, $12, whatever you could get it at back then. Like, wow, talk about a growth company. Year-over-year growth, 2,500%. Is that going to continue? Yeah, we know it is. Insane. So yeah, I'm going to be just trading Coinbase today. I'm not going to be like buying it to hold. I'll hold it if it ends strong, but I'm going to cut it just as soon as it weakens. I'll probably be playing the 5-minute candles. So come into my group. Just click the link in the Discord and join the Zoom. And you can see us full screen in 4K and look at our different screens. And it says trading halted at 4 a.m. Okay, so they're probably going to launch coin at 1 p.m. Let's see. Coin IPO time. Everything you need to know about the Coinbase IPO. It's either noon or 1 p.m. And sometimes it can be late. When will it be going public? The precise timing isn't clear. But like Palantir saw its first trade at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that's what they said on the Market Watch webpage. It's under the symbol COIN, COIN. But all right, while we wait for that, and we definitely are going to have that on watch, I'll put that on this center window right here. So we'll know when it happens because we'll start to see something in this little black window right there. All right. I'm going to take a few things off my screen, and then we're going to see what's hot right now, this pre-market. Roblox, what did it do? Okay, Roblox is actually down from yesterday's high. I noticed that Moderna is up more. Moderna went up to 155 almost after closing at 149. So Moderna is still running this morning. And Tesla hit 786 pre-market. Tesla, definitely broke out yesterday at $718 would have been that breakout entry point there. But you can't trade Tesla really. I mean, realistically, even one option, unless you have like $100,000 to $200,000 account. Really, actually, a $55,000 account will allow you to trade one option. But that's just because of the delta weightings on those are so high that should you trade a contract like that, it could wipe you out substantially. Even it could go in one direction and then just start to pull back. That little pullback is going to feel life-threatening. All right, we have 14 minutes to the open. And we're going to now take a look at what's popping pre-market. Here we go. Don't forget, you guys can click on the link in my bio, in my profile. You just click my profile picture, and then you can come join us in the Zoom. And good news on Moderna. Okay. Timothy, I don't know. And, I went over in class yesterday, SPY. I went over it in class yesterday and the day before, and we go over SPY every day. And as you'll see, I don't really think. I just create a probability tree. And then, I base my trades around that. And if it goes in one direction, I take it. And if it doesn't, and I already chose that direction, then we have to cut and turn, right? But right now, our bet is that it's extremely overextended. It's in a 51-year historic run right now of 13 green days in a row. So we're expecting some pullback. It is dipping now, but realize that that just gives it room to go up. So I would have much preferred to see it run really high so that it gaps open, tries to go a little further, can't, and then starts to pull back and go red on the day. The lower SPY goes pre-market, the more room it has to go up. Well, that doesn't sound right, but maybe you meant puts. All right, stock market chameleon, pre-market trading. Oh, wow. There's not a single 20% gainer. Interesting. So the biggest gainer is BTBT, and that has about 1 million in volume. And then let me check the float on that. 41 million. So that's not even worthwhile. And then in the bigger caps, we've got CAN up 6%, CVAC up 6%, Fold, Nikola, Mavis, GLPG, Yandex. Now, if I sort this other column, okay, we do have one, GALT, GALT. Let's take a look at that one. Hey, everybody. On TikTok, good morning. We're going through this morning's potential spikers and opportunities, and we'll be trading the coin IPO today. Make sure you click the link in my bio right now and come join me in my Discord Zoom, where you can view my screen in 4K, actually 2 screens, high frequency trading setup and this screen. GALT is up 33% pre-market. Yes. All right, I pulled it up here. It's been down, I guess, the last few days. So really this spike is just back to kind of where it's been. It's just kind of a spike. Let's take a look at it on the daily and see where that puts it, because it could be just running right into a bunch of bag holders range. That does jump it pre-market over a recent spike. Let's Galectia or something, therapeutics, Galectin Therapeutics. What really would be amazing is if it could get over 3.8. That would be a 52-week high, 3.85. So, however, it does look to me the way it moves around like it has a large float. Let's take a look at the float. All right. So it's loading up the float right now. Come on, come on, come on. Galt. So what's everybody interested in trading today? Yep, we're going to be trading coin. Oh, it just just brought me the float information, and then my screen went and refresh. All right, let's try again. Here we go. 23 million float. So that's okay. Yeah. So on Galt, the times to go in would be at 3.05. So write these down on Galt for your momentum breakout trading. You want half in at 3.05 for high frequency traders, and all in for your allocation size, whatever it is for you, at 3.41. So 3.05 is your first entry, and 3.41 would be your max entry. 3.41. All right, I'm going to pull that up on our high frequency trading system and have that on radar. Oh, actually, no, I'm drawing. All right. So we got one. We have one fishy. All right, everybody, click the link in my bio and you can come join the Zoom right now and watch this in 4K and view my multiple screens. See, I also have high frequency trading setup going on up here that you guys need to get into. And you can have access to both my screens in 4K by coming and joining the Zoom. Yeah, Alan, there you go. All you got to do is click the link in my bio, and then you'll have a perfect camera angle. All right. UTSI up 13% pre-market. Yeah, we're not interested. Camille, we need like 20, 30, 50% moves. Those can be like on watch. Wow, there's a lot of positive tape printing right now on Galt. Some FOMO activating. I don't think that my screen is accurately showing the current price. Is it? Yes, it is. Strange. Okay. All right. Well, there's been 10 million shares traded so far into 25 million, 23 million float. So that should really push it. The good price for coin, man, it's going to be interesting. The projected opening price is 250, yet we may see an opening price of up to $600. They had 2,500% year over year profit margin, profit, basically, you could say, net revenue, 2,500%. Nice, right, Elliot? Well, that's funny. You gave yourself co-host privs. What happened there? Oh, you just okay. Nice. I see. Yeah, we like 2,500% year over year growth, right? 1,000%. All right. So also on the radar, we'll take a quick look at. I do want to take a look at Apple and see what Apple is doing and Tesla. Take a look at that. So Apple closed yesterday at 134.43. A little bit of retracement last night, but went all the way up to 135.3 in pre-market just now, and is now almost around 135 now. So Apple and Tesla both broke out and did a bottom reversal on this very long, like almost 7-month period of topping that they were in. Well, mostly Apple and tech, like Microsoft and Facebook and Netflix, and they are all breaking out. They're all either bottom reversing or full on breaking out. Facebook's way leading the way, and yeah, Apple's being tugged up with it. So Apple and Facebook and Tesla and Netflix and Microsoft, they're all kind of coming out of the trenches now, crawling out of the trenches. They're out and off of the bottom and off a confirmed bottom reversal, which has taken a long time to get out of, and they are out of it. It looks like it's real. This morning we have, and Tesla hit 786 in pre-market. This morning we have rates, 10-year rates, on a little bit of an uptrend. However, still way down over the last couple days to 164, 1.64%. However, tech overall as a sector is declining pre-market. So that is interesting and contrary to what I've seen. Oil popped overnight from $61 a barrel to $61.60. So that pop, if it fuels a rally today in oil price, that will cause industrials and base materials to go up, and financials, and eventually interest rates and 10-year rates. So oil affects the whole market like that. And so what to do with that? Well, you can invest in XLI today for like a day swing. That's the industrial sector, XLI, or any of its components, Boeing, Deere, Caterpillar, those kinds of companies. You can look it up. What are some XLI components? So this black square right here, that's where we're going to trade coin once it comes public and goes live for trading. And we have 2 minutes and 43 seconds before the market opens. So here we go, getting ready. Click the link in my bio. That'll take you right into our group. Zoop, just suck you right in. It'll drop you right into the free chat room where you can click on the Zoom link, and then you can be watching both my 4K screens at the same time and be with us in the trading room. Here we go. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds to the open. Tesla dropping to 770 on the open. $771. Now Galt will be half in at 3.05. We have 1 minute to the open, 60 seconds. Hey, thank you very much for that trade. For Forex, you really want to have more money and know what you're doing. You can wipe out in Forex more easily than probably anything else out there. All right, 30 seconds to the open. $20 seconds. You guys click the link in my bio. Go over to my profile. Click the link And you can come join our live trading right now in the Zoom. Wipeout Forex edition. That's right. Here we go. All right, get ready for that 3.05 entry on GALT. That could happen. Everybody in the group, if you see anything taken off, let me know. I'll pull it right up. All right, GALT is just hanging out at 280 on the open. So that may not take off. All right, how's the market doing? The market is holding sideways so far. It looks like industrials are indeed taking off as expected due to the increase in the price per barrel of oil. XLI taking off. XLB, base materials, as predicted, taking off. Energy, obviously. XLE, taking off. So you want to get in on those. They could run all day. They could appreciate all day. How's everybody doing on TikTok? All right. Let's see. Apple dropping to 134.50. The market staying fairly tame. No extreme move on the market as a whole. However, it is split. It is averaging across tech, which is going down. Looks like tech is going down. So it could be just a dip at the open. Tech is going down, but industrials, rates, and energy and base materials going up. And that's because oil went up this morning. So that's why you're seeing that correction going on. A little bit of a correction for the price of oil per barrel. And that's just how the market is run. That's how it goes. And yep, we will be trading Coinbase today. That's what this was right here, Coin IPO right there. So you want to get calls on energy, XLE, XLI, XLB. You had that at the open. You're already late. You can still get in. We don't know if this is going to be the top or if it's going to keep going. But yeah, when oil's up like that, that can be the play. Right now, oil is actually topping. So there can be some delay between the oil direction and the direction that the market takes in energy and industrials and base materials. No. Matthew said, what time does Coinbase go live? And then Chad said 9:40, I heard. No. It's going to be like 1:30 probably. Although let's see what we see here. Awaiting Coinbase first trade. Hey, if it opens at 9:40, if that's not they don't have a projected time in which it's going to open. But if it is going to open at 9:40, we'll see it. I have it up here on my high frequency trading screen, and we'll see it right here. That would be a very interesting and cool move by them because most IPOs list around noon or 1 p.m. And this one is a huge one. It's going to be $250 starting price. However, they're saying that they might have so much interest pre-market, if you will, pre-IPO, today, with market orders being put in, that it may even open as high as 600. Certainly, if it does open at 250, it could go as high as 600. So that will be insane. Now, what was yesterday's low on SPY? That's the price level we're going to be looking for break below today. If SPY breaks below yesterday's low, that will be a negative for the market. But right now, as I mentioned, it looks quite even. It looks very even. The market is balanced. So if tech is going down right now, it's because oil's going up, because energy's going up, industrials, base materials, tech down. They're balancing each other in the S&P. So SPY's just going dead sideways. UTSI just ran 25%. All right, let's pull up UTSI. Okay, high frequency traders, next breakout on UTSI is 2.04. UTSI. Click the link in my bio. Everybody on TikTok, click the link in my bio. That's how you can join our screen, full screen, and our whole trading community. It's a big trading community with multiple lead analyst traders like myself, covering all styles of trading. All right, we're looking for the break of 2.04 on UTSI, and that will be a half in at 2.04. This is Thinkorswim using my custom programmed indicators. Paul, are you here this morning? Paul. I'm scrolling down the list. I don't know if that's the same Paul, but Paul, if you're the Paul who has FinViz Elite, if you could paste into the VIP a screenshot of the full market map, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much. I'll take a look at it. All right, we've been open for 7 minutes now. And Tesla is pulled back. And now coming off of the bottom. So you have to assume that right now it's in a downtrend until it can break the opening price. And then at that point, you can only assume that it's ranging sideways. And we'll have to see how the 4 points of the trend get put in. The Zoom, you just click the link in my bio. Yeah, click the Discord link in my bio. It takes you right in, and the Zoom link is right there. Like, click the link in my bio. All right, my balls. I'm talking to you, my balls. Don't be afraid. Have some balls. Click the fucking link in my bio. All right, looks like a Galt and UTSI pulled back. Do you got Apple is, yep, dropping. However, it has found bottom. So has tech. Tech as a sector has found bottom. Financials rip roaring. Industrials rip roaring. Energy, base materials. This is all based on oil going up. How you guys doing? You guys doing fantastic on calls on that? That's what I said. Financials, industrials, energy, base materials. All running on oil popping. That was the play of the day right there in the morning, at least. We'll see what happens with coin. And then anything else running this morning? Right now we have dropping. We have Apple, but it has found bottom, and Tesla coming back up over the open. So this is a sign of Tesla possibly reversing on the day. At the moment, all you can say is that it's at least going sideways, ranging sideways, but it's certainly not downtrending anymore. Tesla. INPX, we have word from someone that the INPX is possibly running. Woo, yes, sir. At 1.26. That'll be your entrance on INPX, all in at 1.26 on INPX. I don't know anything about the float, but that will be the next breakout if you wanted to trade that. 1.26 INPX. I do not have information on the float on that one yet. I'll check right now. There goes INTX. You look at the 1.26 breakout. Tesla pulling back off of the high just now. So this could be a sideways trading range. We'll see where it goes from here. Financials, industrials, energy, and base materials still taking off. Base materials having the first top out. So base materials topping out a little bit. However, oil is coming off of its topping right now and running a little bit. That should help financials, industrials, energy, and base materials go further. So what does that mean? It means, you know, Caterpillar, Deere, Boeing, those kinds of stocks are going to go in. And as far as financials, you know, Bank of America, you got to take a look at the whole sector and see which ones are leading the way right now. Click the link in my bio to come join the Zoom. Yep, XLA doing really well. Time to load up on SPY puts for us. I'm gonna wait till, you know, 414. I already got some at 413. So I'm gonna, you know, buy more each dollar level it goes up. Crazy as it is. And hopefully this morning I can free up some positions. Yeah, looks like so. That way I can have more money to put into the coin IPO. I'm going to work on that right now. Click the link in my bio and come join our group right now. All right, there, financials curving down, energy curving down. Also, this consumer discretionary for some reason running. That doesn't make sense. Tied with the rising rates and inflation that signals. But yep, consumer discretionary rising, probably led by Amazon, possibly. I'm not looking at Amazon, but that's one of the bigger consumer discretionaries. And healthcare also popping up. Tech going sideways. So now that tech is going sideways and everything else is going up, together that's making the market itself trend up. So SPY is going up. All right, Galt, what's up with Galt? Nothing up on Galt. Boeing crapping out. That wouldn't be one leading the way then in industrials. You have to find out what's leading the way in industrials. Could be Deere, could be Caterpillar. If it's not Boeing, then it could be other parts of that category. But base materials do look like they're going to continue to break out. However, I am seeing oil pull back off of its highs. So I think this is just a fake out now. I think this is the top end. That was probably the top end of the range for financials and for energy, industrials, and base materials. Actually, base material just popped out, but I think that's a bit of a fake out. You probably want to potentially be locking those in. And I'm basing that on the fact that oil is dropping a little bit. It's breaking low, it's trending down. And so it's giving back some of what made all those run. So if they're still running, it's because it's hard to stop a moving train, but it's definitely reversed. And so if you want to wait for there to be a zigzag up maybe halfway to the top, that could be a bit of a better exit. Communications sector, XLC, kind of dropping like a ton of bricks. I don't know if that's going to be all day or not. At this point, we are now 15 minutes in. And everybody in my group, would you say that you see any runners, see any bleeders? If so, check the news. I'm not just going to check every single thing you throw me. Check the news on them. Check the news, see what's up, see if there's a big, huge elephant in the room, news piece on them that might drive them to bleed all day, like a lawsuit, or run all day, like a partnership. Yeah, TV was on the pre-market scan as well. Let's see. TV definitely running, guys. I like that. Definitely more than Utsi. Let's pull TV up. So this is the first pullback on TV. So you can enter here, small amount, and continue to add on this pullback, TV. This is actually probably the second pullback. So we'll see if it runs from here. You know, on the one hand, I want to have money freed up to get into SPY more for this potential historic pullback over the next 2 weeks. But on the other hand, I also want to have a lot of money free to trade this coin IPO. And BTBT was also showing earlier as well. Let's see. BTBT. It's an Indian company. It's called BTBT. That's my worst Indian accent. Mexico's Televisa merging with Univision to form Spanish language TV giant. Okay, that's going to run all day and all week. Wow, that's pretty huge. Man, I might go long term in TV. In fact, let me check out the options. Like that's going to be more than just a momentum breakout trade with shares. TSM, yeah. What about it though, sir? Let me know more. TV, you can get the April calls, the 10 calls. Most of the activity at the money for is a kind of a widespread for about $50 per contract to hold it until the end of the week. That's April 16. Nah, I mean to day trade, yeah, but for the whole week, for a whole month, it'll be like $100 for the at the money. Where's there a good spread? Pretty much the best spread, and it's still a pretty wide spread, is on the 11 strike for some reason. Let's go down to the 10 strike on next week's expiration. Okay, there we go. The 10 strike, 585 volume. That's where to be at. So I'm going to get one of those on TV and just buy and hold. That's really good news, especially on this little bitty pullback right here. So it can either turn into a day trade or not. So I'm buying a call on TV. There we go. Industrials continuing, okay? Industrials are continuing, but I'm not seeing the basis necessarily for that because oil is pulling back. So this is a what's the word? A gift for you to get out now in industrials at high. So if you're in industrials, I believe it's probably near peaking because oil is pulling back. So it doesn't make any sense. They're at least going to counter each other, at least, if not follow oil down. Univision's ticker, I don't know, but the merger is TV, TV, TV. By the way, I did get the mid when I stuck my order in on TV. The spread was really wide, and yet I asked for the mid and I got it. So there is a market, an options market maker filling mid positions on TV. You should find a lot of liquidity going on there. I guess there's a market maker just gobbling up orders between the spread. So feel free to get a good, try and get a good price on your option over on TV. And one guy says, to clarify, you said the ticker TV. It's like, is this Laurel and Hardy? It's like, now, is that television? Tell you now, would that be tube television or LED, LCD? Yes, we're talking TV. You said TV as in TV, like that we watch? Yes, TV. Okay, so, and I should get in now? Yes, yes. And the ticker is TV? Yes. It is a brontosaurus. And my theory is as follows. Get the fuck in. It is as follows. At the beginning of the brontosaurus, he finally gets into it after 5.5 minutes. The beginning of the brontosaurus is very tiny, and then it goes for a very long time. It gets very, very big in the middle, and by the end, it gets extremely, extremely tiny again. And that is my theory. That's my theory of the brontosaurus. That'd be a classic Monty Python episode for any of you who remember. I actually got an increase of viewership on the brontosaurus theory. Yeah, no, that's not a trading theory or anything. Yeah, we're going to take the brontosaurus on this one. It sounds like TB for you. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that would be a biopharma company specializing in tuberculosis. TV as in television. All right, so it looks like the pullback may be complete on TV, and if it can push up and over the price of 13.30, we may see TV continue to run. Now, for high frequency traders, hopefully you got yourself in during this pullback, and when it breaks 13.85, you can top up for a run and potential breakout of 14. If the thing craps out, I'm going to stay in, but you don't need to. I'm going to stay in because I want to hold this for a couple of days at minimum on TV. I'm not now. I like what's going on with the TV situation there with that merger, and I do believe it's going to do better than this, than a day trade will give. Yes, it looks like a present. Yep, exactly. Okay, so actually industrials continuing to run. So you're in lucky good shape hands there. And as a matter of fact, oil has reversed off the bottom, broke out of the bottom, and looks like it may run further. So that's bad for tech. So you might see tech correct even further and start to hit new lows. Tech will be going into a downtrend. This should cause the market to flatten here, right? Because we know when tech goes down and oil goes up, this morning we already saw it, the market's equalizing and going sideways on those moments. So the market is either so far able to go sideways or up, and right now it already did an up trek, and now it's going to go sideways, as it looks like oil may be breaking out, and that's going to heat up base materials, industrials, energy, and financials. XLF, XLE for energy, XLI for industrials, and XLB for base materials. Just on the day. I'm not talking about overall, but by the way, all of those are in an uptrend, and you would have wanted to have gotten them on pullbacks. So yeah, our position in Deere, mine is up 26% total, 1.7 grand for me. And Deere being one of the top performers in industrials. There's a pullback on XLI. I wouldn't trust it too much. Like, don't panic. And when that happens, you'd want to see tech move the other way. You'd want to see oil move the other way with it. You have multiple points of confirmation you can use, whether or not to freak out about a red drop or a green pop, depending on which side you're in, puts or calls. Yeah, seems today all that SPY can do is go sideways or up. That seems to be the way the knobs on the market are working right now. It's like, even in the worst situation, it can only go sideways. And then in the best optimum situation, is it going up. And of course, Doge popped overnight, and then we have Bitcoin in a great range up there. It topped at 65,000. And that's what I said, that you'll be lucky if Bitcoin tops into the range of 65,000 to 68,000, and that you should definitely, if you're trading Bitcoin versus investing, that you should definitely take a little bit off at 64,000 when it hit yesterday in the 63 and 64,000 range. But leave a little bit on in case it goes up to the 65, 68,000 range before it pulls back to about 56,000. So should I sell for $11? Hello, Anthony. Welcome in, man. I think you should try to continue to hold TV unless it craps out on you. You should, it's amazing you're even at a profit point. Good job. But we want to see if it can continue to run a little further. If it can't, you may have to lose a little money, but that's part of how you make money in the stock market. You got to risk a little to make a little. So, but if you are sweating the $11, you can take it. But probably if you're sweating the $11, it means you don't have 25,000 bucks in your account, which means you're probably subject to the pattern day trading rule, which means you're not going to be able to get more than 3 day trades in a 5-day rolling period, which means you probably should hold for a little longer and see what happens. And don't waste your trade. Should you hang in on both Bitcoin and Doge? That completely depends on, it's so specific to you. Like, what are you doing with your money kind of thing? Like, how much do you save per month? Are you in debt? Seriously, like those things, you'd be like, really? Like that affects how whether or not I'm going to hold this or I'm going to trade it today? Yes. So it's very specific to you. I can't really know for sure whether or not you should hold this for 3 months or you should sell it right now or whatnot. Very difficult question. So what would I do? My situation is I'm quite bullish on crypto with the stimulus money coming into the market. So I'm holding crypto until mid-June. So I will not sell. I will only buy more on pullbacks because I have extra money coming in that I can keep planting seeds with like that. People are still interested in GameStop. Let me see. Is there something interesting going on with GameStop? No, I'm not interested in GameStop. We got other players now in the market. So I guess you're probably up like $30 now, Anthony. I will buy some more SPY puts at SPY level 414. Somebody's asking about SPY puts. So if SPY hits 414, I'll buy some more puts. I'm going to keep buying into SPY all the way up. I have enough money to do so and a ton of money after that for all my other investments. But I don't recommend you go like all in on SPY puts. That would be a very bad idea unless it's just weekend, lawn mowing money. Unless it's like $50 to $200, then yeah, fuck, who cares? You can just mow some lawns over the weekend and make it back. Okay, TV is now rallying. If it breaks over 1385 for you high frequency traders, you would then add on to the position that you have been accumulating already, hopefully, on that pullback. It was a very gentle pullback and very strong bullishness going on. You would then top up at 1385 on this breakout. You do want a $25,000 high frequency trading setup and account going in order to be doing this at that level. And I do teach how to set that up and what kind of software you need to be running. So if you need that private session one-on-one with me, I'm available for one-on-ones. You can find that in the group. Just click the link in my bio. Anthony says he's sold. For Oz, exactly my next question. All right, but don't be old for Oz. For Oz, if you could give 2-month-older ago for Oz a tip today, what would that be? Because that's basically speaking to Anthony now. Yeah, do you want me to unmute you? Do you want to talk for a second? Because I know you've learned a lot. I don't even know where you are. Somehow you're like a hidden user in here. I don't even see you in the list, and yet you are in here. How the hell did you do that? Oh, there you are. Here, I'm gonna ask to unmute you. You can choose to unmute or not, Faraz, and then you can even go on video. I don't know, maybe it's just unmute.
Good morning, Evans.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Anthony, all I gotta say, man, is Evans, and when he says he was my financial therapist, it's totally true. I private messaged this guy. I asked him all my questions.
He ended up doing the math, I'm not sure, or just through experience, or just the continuing pounding. He finally gave it a try, and maybe he saw some good results. I'm not sure what it was, but eventually he did see the results or find out the results could have been better. And little by little, that inched his way into checking it out, giving it another try, to the point where he is now probably maybe 50-50 on the fence, because I mean, we got a real degenerate here. We have a lot to work out with Faraz, and so it takes a while, but that's fine. It can take years. Sometimes you go back on a thought, you reread a book, that kind of a thing. You go back on a thought and you go, fuck, man, not only was I more 25% right about that, maybe I should double down on that concept, because fuck, that seems to be the shit. So it takes time. And it's like getting wrinkles out of your system. But also you have to know that whatever Faraz had in the beginning also brought him to this point in life. So you don't want to lose that too. You just got to learn how to control it. He's a dragon, he's a winner, but you just got to learn to control the risk and make more money. Learn a couple of little techniques to make more money taking those risks that he's taking, and lose less money taking those risks that he's taking, because he obviously knows how to take risks properly. No, he knows how to take risks. He just needs to move that from improperly to properly, or even better, more improved. Anyway, what do we got here going on? I don't see anything breaking out per se. Galt is sort of just running its way down. TV looks like Anthony, just like Faraz made good decisions on those pickles, on those cucumbers, getting out on those green bars. Looks like Anthony correctly got out at 13.4 on TV, but we shall see. Maybe it's going to create an ABCD pattern, run and break up. We shall see. At the moment, you have to kind of think of that shape on TV as a potential flat bottom. So it's a kind of a flag, but like if I can draw here, I don't know which screen you guys are looking at, but I'm looking at my main radar screen. Perhaps that's not the screen you're looking at. Let me try the other one up here. So when I'm talking about a flat top, a flat bottom rather, I'm talking about this kind of a shape. If you're looking at the high-speed screen, there we go. This is kind of what's forming on TV. And so that can be bearish. So we shall see. However, it does happen that it can go like that. So we shall see. You really just got to go, okay, hey, I am seeing an indication. I'm seeing an indication. That's what life as a trader should be. I'm seeing an indication. Okay, I'm going to bet towards that indication. I know the probability of that indication. I'm seeing some other indications and other possibilities. I should be prepared for that. If I do take this indication, the possibility of the other indication does exist. Losing does exist. Here's where I'm going to get out, you know. And if this goes my way, I'm going to follow such and such set of rules to make sure I stay in maximally. Is this particular stock something extremely volatile and I should watch every tick? Or is this something running smoothly? You can look at the bars and see how even they are. Is this running smoothly? One of the things, like for instance, on TV right now, is the pullbacks were very gentle. The thrust, the rallies were really bullish, strong, heavy, heavy bullish, right? The pullbacks are pretty gentle and tame. That can change in a moment, as you know, with potentially hyped up low float penny stock. Low float penny stocks. I don't know where TV sits in that spectrum, but it can happen. So you got to be prepared. If it breaks low, if it breaks pivot low, like Faraz said, in this case that would be like 12.68, right underneath the bottom here, 12.72. It can drop like a ton of bricks all of a sudden, just, you know. And now Tesla, when it went down and touched the bottom end of the today's trading range, didn't crash through. What does that mean? It means it's not in a downtrend. So that's so interesting. Like let's take a look at Tesla here. I'm now looking at my other screen with all the green and red charts. Tesla is ranging. That's what it means. And you have the clues. You just have to think a little bit logically with the process of deduction and say, oh, okay. So if Tesla isn't going down when it hit the bottom end of its range, what does that mean? It means it's ranging. We now have confirmation that Tesla's ranging. So it does mean that you could possibly risk, it just depends on your risk tolerances, risk getting calls right now on Tesla and selling them, buying them at the bottom end of the range and selling them at the top end of the range in like 45 minutes. So you could buy Tesla here at 765. Right now it's 767. It's starting to take off. You can get calls. And then by the time it hits the top end of the range, 780, 781, 779, right in there, you can start to sell your calls. Will it work out? We'll see. It remains to be seen. But tech is going sideways. So it seems to be that Tesla's following that today. And it is indicating by process of deduction and logic that it is going sideways because it's not going down. It just had the opportunity to break down. And if it did, that would have been a downtrend. It would have been in a downtrend. It would have been forming a downtrend. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of a downtrend, but it's not. So therefore, we know we can attempt to get calls on Tesla. Maybe you did. Maybe some of you did. Watch out if you do. You need to have like a $50,000 account really to back up the kind of risks that one option in Tesla might provide and the rewards. The swings could be really strong for a much smaller account. Devastatingly strong. But then when it gets up to the top end of the range, 780 right up there, like 779 right underneath, tucked under a key psychological level, then you sell. And that could take 30 minutes to an hour and a half to get up there, right? But what we do know is Tesla did not break down at the bottom. It still could. It could put in a bunch of bars at the bottom and then break down. So there is some risk there, but you know what your out is. It's the bottom. Your risk is the bottom. And the sooner you can get in now, closer to the bottom, the smaller the less amount of money you will lose if you have to get out. And in proportion, the bigger that gain will be on the run up to 780. So anyway, that's a little bit of game theory on the markets using logic and process of deduction and trend reading. You can understand that if Tesla's not going down, what is it doing? It certainly isn't going up. So what is it doing? It's made a range. So XLI broke pivot and broke down. Yes. Base materials seem to lead it in that move. So you could be watching XLB to see that. And seems like XLF still hasn't fully reacted. So financial sectors hasn't fully reacted. And energy still bouncing off of the trend. So it's still kind of uptrending. So financials and energy, you still have time to potentially get half out, quarter out, whatever you want to do to de-risk. Very important to de-risk in moments which appear to be increasing in risk. Breaking news, Bernie Madoff dead at 82. So Faraz says he might be de-risking deer over here. Yeah. Financial still running, industrials not necessarily. They have broken down. You could say they flipped on the day. Will they bounce off WAP? I mean, we don't know, but they've definitely turned into a higher risk, right? For us, higher risk. Think of things in terms of a risk spectrum. Where are you right now? Are you at a low risk moment or are you at a high risk moment? Correct. There you go. Dude, Faraz just like graduated to level 2. Boom. Super high risk. Yep. Because you've got at least one indication, if not 2, if not 3, that you're now in a downtrend, right? I mean, just look at Faraz, look at XLI, just look at the second peak even. Look at the second peak, right? It's down. So you know how to read this. We've been reading this every day. Every day we see these charts. When these things get up there and they put a lower high like that, could we be wrong? Could we get out and then it runs? Yes. But the probability is damn well that it's probably a good time to get the hell out. Fastly is running and I have no idea why. All right, let's take a look. FSLY. This black square here, everybody on TikTok, this is for coin. So when coin starts trading, we'll see it show up right there. Also, I have it on my high frequency trading setup, which you can come and check out. Come join our Zoom. We have up to 300 slots available for you to come and join and watch in 4K, both of my screens. Yeah, Fastly seems to be running all day. And you say no reason why. Does that mean you looked for news and just can't find it? All right. Well, I don't know, but that could be a good call all day. Anything running all day in this market, I mean, you know, that's a fish swimming upstream. That's something strong. So something good's going on Fastly. Could be, if there's no news about it, it could be like a insider buy and a particular large trading group alerted it, you know, something like that. You know, maybe not news, it may be just traders keying in onto things. No, GME, what are you looking at? No, right there. No, that's TV. So TV coming close to that flat bottom, which can be a low risk point for if you're bullish on it. It can be a low risk point for entry. You see, it's at 12.8 TV, and then the bottom where you'd have to get out is approximately 12.67. So that's like 10 cent stop approximately. Nah, I don't know. I don't think so, Anthony. You did good, you know, leave it there. Oh, Tesla just broke down, a huge breakdown in Tesla. Don't know what's going on there, but you definitely need to cut those calls if you got in. And that just goes to show why you need to have a $50,000 account. So a little blip, a little tiny little blip like that doesn't hurt at all. It's just the course of normal trading in a day. However, if you only had like $1,000 account, you just got wiped out. And that's why you do not want to trade Tesla if you don't have the appropriate proportionally sized account for those kinds of plays. That's something that, you know, is a something you have to learn over time. But if I would recommend anything, learn that first, for God's sakes. Don't trade options on high priced, huge volatility swinging assets and stocks if you have like $500 or $2,000 in your account. You may not go broke this time, but you'll go broke next time. You see, it's what's called risk of ruin. Look it up. It's called risk of ruin. And you know, you have a risk of ruin that, between 1 and 5 or 10 of the next times you will lose all your money. And so 9 times out of 10, you'll be like, woohoo, 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 woohoo. And then phew, you lose all your money. And you're like, shit. It's quite humbling. But yeah, if I could recommend you anything, there you go. Stay in your lane. Yeah, stay in your lane. If you're in the slow lane, or if you're not even on the freeway, if you can't afford the toll roads, just take the surface streets. Don't get on the toll road. You can't afford it. It's dangerous out there. Fastly pulling back and breaking that pivot points on that run. So that little run on Fastly is over. Luz Amigo says, I wish I heard that last week. Yeah, I mean, but you're going to hear these things, hopefully, if you follow the right people in this life, at some point in your life. It's never going to be as soon as you wished it was. It's always going to be after you wished it, after, you wished it was. And so, you're always going to want to go back and tell your younger self, boy, I wish I had known that. So if you're just a week behind, you're in good shape, amigo. Yeah, screw Fastly. You know what though? I can find you guys some good things that may be running now, and good things that may be bleeding. There we go. I just had to wait for. I love my FinViz view here. God, is that gorgeous? Let me share that with you guys. I just have it set up in such a way that really helps me see these things. Let me show you this because this is probably going to be educational. I'll pull it up here. All right, about to share my screen here, new share. Thinkorswim, Anthony, Thinkorswim. Okay, so what you're seeing here is something I really like to look at, which is the change from the open. So this tells me what's running. This is change from the open, not your typical change, not change or change percent, which is kind of, in my opinion, a useless way of looking at the market, frankly, because it doesn't tell us as day traders what direction is something running in, because something can change. Change and change percent means change and change percent from yesterday. Okay, so if change and change percent is, let's say, way up from yesterday, it doesn't mean it's going up. It could be up, but falling all day. So in my opinion, it's much more informative to look at change from open. So that is the parameter I have here. So this tells me this is how much things are falling from where they started or going up from where they started. And as you can see, SPLP running huge. TV, there it is. Look at that. TV is way up at the top there. TV running. Oh, TV just broke low, by the way, at that very moment. TV falling, yeah. That could be an opportunity to buy. So we'll see where it finds support. Tiger, another one that potentially is running this morning. What you want to look at when I click on these, you can see it pulls up a graph, right? And if you look at the right side, you can see today's candle. And a bullish candle, one that's just running all day, is not going to have a wick at the top like that. See how TV has a wick at the top? I'm not interested in that. That's not good, right? It's not going to run all day. Okay, that's not good for a day swing. Something that you can just buy in the morning and kind of like hold all day, and by the end of the day, you doubled your money on it. That's not it. What you want to see is a green bar with a very small wick at the top. So SPLP, for example, could be good. SPLP. I'm not looking at it right now, but I just want to show you how I use this. Now, same thing on the downside. Mara is red, right? Love, Love, not LUV, LOVE, also down, but it's got a wick off the bottom. So that's not necessarily running down all day, bleeding all day. Zoomatica is bleeding all day, but not a ton. It's only -6%. Maybe it's going to get worse. Maybe it's going to bleed all day. Looks like Zoomatica has been just in a down bleeding run for like a month now. So that could be a good opportunity to get puts on. So this is where we go, okay, I want to get some puts. You want to have equal number of puts dollars in your portfolio as calls dollars on the day, and really theoretically in the long run as well. That advice could definitely be tweaked depending on how advanced you want to get into portfolio management. But look, if I could just generally get you guys to be doing things better, it would be have an equal amount of money invested to the downside as you have to the upside always. And you don't just do that on things that may go down. You put money on things that are going down, and you trade them just like you would trade things that are going up. You just trade them in the opposite direction. That's called hedging. So, and if you've heard of that before, it's called hedge funds. Here's another one, EAR dropping all day. EAR down, change from open, it shows me right on my little chart that pops up, -8.7%. So EAR may be bleeding all day. Who knows if it finds support down there at that bottom, or if it breaks support. That would be crazy, and EAR would just bleed. Looks like we've got bleeding ears. And then we have LFMD. Yeah, that's another one that seems to be bleeding all day, LFMD, because it has no wick at the bottom, you see. So it's pushing down and continuing to push down. MSTR, bleeding all day. Now this one, Riot, is not bleeding all day. It's bounced off the bottom. It's come up off the bottom. This one, Riot. But, you know, Riot and Mara are coming up off the bottom a little bit more. But for an all-day bleeder, we got Zomedica, we got EAR, and we got LFMD. De-risk. Yeah, you can look that phrase up, de-risk, but I don't know if that's an official phrase or not. I just tend to say things the way I think them. Yeah, so I don't know if that's an official phrase, but go for it. Go look at it. Maybe I've heard it somewhere. Very looks like running all day. VERI up 8% from the open. So it's actually up more than that on the day from yesterday. And MVIS running all day. So hopefully you guys are writing these down. I'm going to check on them in a moment. But those are look to be good. Ooh, CASA, C-A-S-A, C-A-S-A, a really big candle running all day. CASA, C-A-S-A. ZNTL, wow. Really, really running today and following through from yesterday when it really ignited. Whoa, it seems to want to run $5 a day, but it's already there now. So where's it going to go from here? I don't know. Could go more. This is looking really, really good. Now, also, the size of these circles indicates to me their market cap. So these are smaller companies on the outskirts here. So therefore, their options pricing may be, you know, a little funky. Some of these you could trade shares if you need to. This one's a little bit bigger. Beke, B-E-K-E. It seems to be bleeding all day, and with room to bleed more. So anyway, you guys, if you have FinViz, go right over there, go to maps, go to, I think I'm on bubbles, it's called a bubble map. You go to maps, go to bubbles, and then you can change all the parameters on the left to get a chart like this up. And I find it extremely helpful to see everything. All right, I'm going to take that off now. I have it on another screen. I have the exact same thing on another screen, and we'll be able to decide about getting into some of these positions based on me looking at them now. So for us, if it does, that's great, because we'll be looking for a flat top breakout, right? Look at Tesla in the meantime, dropping. Obviously, puts would have been in order, right? So if Tesla broke trend and was dropping, it's in a downtrend. So remember, we were talking about that. So that's the game theory. It's like you need to be able to make those decisions on a dime. If this thing isn't going We said if it's not going down, then it's going sideways. So we knew that. We said, okay, if it's going sideways, we'll get calls. So we can make money on it going back up to the top end of the range. So let's say you did, then you stopped out. So you stopped out at the bottom. That'd be like, intermediate level trader would stop out and that'd be the end. Ah, shit, too bad, right? But the more advanced trader would say, okay, but wait a minute, that's telling me that it's not trending sideways. So what is it doing then? What is it doing if it's dropping down and breaking down? It's trending down. And so you could literally just cut your calls for the sideways ranging thesis and go with puts. And had you done that, you'd be up $1,000 already. So that just goes to show, how reading charts is very important throughout the day. Just like Faraz said, pay a lot of attention to those pivot points. Yeah, we've got SPY pulling back down a little bit there. Let me take a look at Moderna. I got a couple of holdings from yesterday. Moderna pulling back now. Interesting, after running. So I'm going to start freeing up money for the coin IPO, which is coming in a couple of hours. Yeah, I like this concept on TV, and in fact, tomorrow, if it goes down more, I may get one more. I may get some more. I may double my position in TV if it goes down, like puts in a red candle tomorrow. Like to see. Coin is going to be 340. Is that what they're indicating now? Yeah, it's going to be higher than that, frankly, if it's indicating 340. It was supposed to be 250. No, it could be as high as 600, they say. Like, seriously. Like, wow. Oh, that was quick and easy. All right. Out of the Moderna vertical for us. Like, dude, that was really fast. When it happens really fast like that for us, I always worry, did I get a good price? Maybe I could have got better. Because sometimes we wait like 10 minutes for those things to fill, sometimes a half an hour. I'm like, oh shit, did I just get screwed? But the amount of money I had stayed the same. So I figure it was a good price and I shouldn't push my luck. How do you feel about that? So you feel exactly the same, probably. All right, UTSI, I'm going to take that off of our radar. I'm out of Moderna. I have some Barnes and Noble Educational Group. Let me take a look at the daily chart on that and see why do I have that. Am I thinking it's going to go on a big run? Not particularly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to hang on to that. BNED, BNED. I'm going to hang on to that as well as the TV position. INPX, I think somebody brought that to us. No, it's not really going anywhere. So I'm going to take that off of the high frequency setup. We're going to start to look at some of these potential all-day runners. Holy moly, oil breaking out. You guys know what that means. You guys know what that means. Oil is breaking out really big. What does it mean for us? Let me hear it. What's going to happen to base materials? What's going to happen to industrials? What's going to happen to financials? What's going to happen to rates? Oil drives the market much more than you probably realize, everyone. Oil is the only asset class that you can't hedge against in the market. It's crazy, but we are very dependent on oil. No, Camille, up, calls, XLI, but it will mean that tech will go down also. But yeah, be prepared for XLI and financials and all those to start breaking out. Crude oil is now up. Okay, I'm going to take a look at some of these bleeders. Let's take a look at it. Zomedica, ZOM. We want to see just red all day. Let's see. It's pulled up off the bottom, actually. So no, that one's not super great. Ear a bit better, not super bleeding, because it did pull back up through a bunch of moving averages, including flop, and make it to the other side. So not really ear. LFMD, there you go. LFMD, bleeding all day. Cannot get back up anywhere near VWAP. If you were to take a hedge today, LFMD is one of them. Downside hedge. Looking at more, we have MSTR. We don't know where the bottom's going to be, but it's possibly bleeding all day. Yep, MSTR bleeding all day, having its first cucumber right now. Back into deer, says Frost. Look at Energy Go, XLE. I mean, you couldn't get a more pure play reaction than XLE. However, on oil going up, we're seeing SPY rally. Well, it's because of the industrials, it's because of the base materials, it's because of energy, it's because of financials. You'll probably see tech fall even deeper. So Tesla puts, not if you don't have $50,000 in your account, but you can find some other tech that's a little bit in a downtrend. It's probably going to continue. Oh, Zoom is still FinBiz? Wow, how is that even possible? Okay. I thought I closed that screen. Thanks for letting me know. Wow, how did it even know to go there? That's really weird. All right, so now I believe I should be Powell's speech in T minus 86 minutes. Oh, okay, all right, very good to know. So in other words, at noon. Yes, Faraz says, options trading advice. Options can be extremely risky. Consult your own personal advisor, for sure. Everyone getting into the stock market. There goes Tesla for possible break to the downside. If anyone can get puts on Tesla, that could be a good play, but it has to be proportional to your account size. Anyway, anyone trading the markets, you're really, really highly risking losing your money if you're not at the point of at least getting some advice from a professional certified advisor. I am not a professional certified advisor. This trading experience, is educational. I don't control your money. I don't advise you what to do with your money. I don't even know your financial situation. I don't know if you have $100 and you're just about to get fucked on Tesla. I have no idea. This is an educational experience, and I am an experienced trader of 25 years, and that's what I bring you. If you want to jump into some kind of a room that has a certified financial advisor trading for you, you go ahead and do that. But the program here is educational purposes only. Yes, every day, Eric. Yeah, we'd love to have you as a member. You're welcome, Anthony. No way, Fastly is back up and over the pivot. Wow, that's a lot of volatility. How do you stay in that? That's hard to plan around. That's a difficult stock to trade today. That's not so easy. So be careful. Let's see. Let's take a look at some more of these picks. So to the upside, we also have Tiger, TIGR. And that looks like that just broke pivot. So that is no longer running consistently. It may have topped out. We got no, not best. MBIS, no, it's coming off the top. Maybe very, VER, what was that? Let's see. And no, that also broke pivot. Very. So it was running, yes, but it may not still be running. TELL, TELL. TEL looks like it has potential. Kind of a penny stock for $2. Everybody on TikTok, make sure you click the link in my bio, the Discord one. That's how you can get into our Zoom. We trade every day, by the way. So if you like what's going on here, click the link in my bio to join me. Infy lower after recording quarterly earnings. Infy, INFY. Okay, now remember, MSTR looks good for puts. LFMD looks good for puts. Let me take a look at Infy. No, it seems to be kind of like doing okay on the day. You know, it's rallying. Yeah, it's in a bit of a downtrend, but so TEL looks like a good one for calls, but I don't even know if they have calls because it's $2. But TEL maybe a good upside hedge, running all day. LFMD falling all day. MSTR falling all day. Tesla is hitting the bottom of something. Will it get pressed down more? We shall see. The market retracing. The market is retracing on oil just skyrocketing. So that is peculiar. That signals a huge tech correction right now, like really big. I think we're going to see a gnarly downside in tech. You may want to take Apple puts. You may want to, I haven't even looked at Apple today. Is Apple a mess or what's going on with Apple? Oh, I'm actually seeing more of the market turn red now. Let me see. Let me take a look at Apple. But Tesla puts definitely probably in order. Oh, Apple's in a bleeding all day today. Apple's bleeding all day. Like you should be on Apple puts for sure. Oil just totally screwing them up. And it looks like industrials have yet to rally off of the oil jump. You're going to see base materials lead the way and then industrials follow. So you got lots of time. So cool. You know, if you know where to look, you could already be ahead of the game. Like, look at that, TEL, T-E-L-L. When I had you look at it, it was at like 2.01. Now it's hitting 2.05. So that's an increase, and it's continuing to run, T-E-L-L. LFMD dropping all day. MSTR getting a little bit of a pullback right now, but pretty much bleeding all day. You know, you could get in that for puts, and you'd be getting in at a better price because it is in a little bit of a pullback moment right now. XLE just like freaking running all day. I mean, you could just grab that sector if you haven't already thought of that. Just grab some calls on the sector XLE. Just have it running all day. I did mention that at the open to get these calls and have them run all day. I don't know where my face went. Like, why does it do that? Sometimes it loses my face. Let me see if I stop video and then maybe start it again. No. How do I make my face window come back up of like my face? Zoom, you're such a dick. What have you done here? Do I exist somewhere? Why did you make me go away? Zoom. What are you doing, Step Zoom? Let's see here. Where the fuck? What happened to my face? You see all the chart. You might need to click the three dots to unhide self view. Wow, that's cool. Never heard of that. Wow, and I don't see that, of course. Of course. Of course, they don't give me that. I don't know why. All right, I'm screen sharing. Maybe I need to just stop my screen sharing on this particular computer. Let me try that. How do I stop the screen sharing? That'll be this button here. Stop the share. Yep, that definitely brought my face back. And then share this screen. And there I am. All right, that's a good little trick. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. All right. But now you don't see the charts. Yes, you do, I think. You can switch to which screen. Yeah, I'm sharing both screens. You can see the charts. You just need to switch. Somebody, can you teach them how to do that? I'm not sure from the participant side how to switch to the other view. In fact, I believe it's even possible to see both screens at the same time, which is very cool. All right, I'm freeing up some more money on the day to get into the coin IPO coming up. Freeing up some more cash here. I'm sure we all can't wait for SPY to drop. Oh man, this is going to be a beautiful day when we start to get the pullback on SPY. So this is historic, right? It's never ran 14 days. No, it did run 14 days in April 1971. That's right. So it's been 50 years since we've seen the market run for 14 days green in a row. 50 years. So how old are you going to be when that happens again? Do that calculation. I'll tell you how old I'm going to be. Dead. 77, says Anthony. Yes. Wells Fargo, or okay, somebody says Wells Fargo, somebody says Neo. I'll take a look at both of those. Yeah, Wells Fargo running like a son of a bitch off of the financial run. So you could be in XLF, you could be in Wells Fargo. Probably Bank of America has a similar play going on. But Wells Fargo on a super duper run based on XLF running, based on oil running, pushing up base materials, industrials, rates, and energy. The other one was Neo. I'll take a look at Neo. Neo kind of bleeding all day, looks like. Potential for puts on Neo, possibly bleeding all day. I'm sure Nicola doing the same, but it does look like they may have bottomed. Yeah, but it looks like Neo is a little bit smoother. Possible entry point on Neo for puts, bleeding all day. All right, I'm freeing up more money there. Getting ready for my coin trade. That is true. The investors are allowed to sell their shares at the open. I mean, normally they have a 30-day lockout. Sometimes the contract can be even further, but I'm not 100% sure on that, by the way. You'd have to look that up. But I've heard rumor, I've come across wordings and phrasings that lead me to believe that the investors pre-IPO are allowed to sell at the open today. I'm talking about like way back, like, angel investors all the way through staff, employees. So there will be selling pressure going on, but that's just fucking awesome because we may see something that opens at 300, 400, 500 drop to like, who knows, 300, might drop half, right? And we'll be watching the 5-minute candles. That's how I'm going to get us in. We're either going to take it running off of the 2-minute candle high, right out of the gate, or we're going to let it drop, and we're going to use the 5-minute candles to get in sometime after the open. It might be 15 minutes after the open, might be an hour after the open, 30 minutes, something like that. Once we take that inflection point, fingers crossed, you could get, 10, 20, 30, 40% return. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll only be 2% return. Maybe we'll have to stop out. We'll see. There's always a spectrum of possibilities in trading. But the idea is you manage your risk in such a way that you don't lose more than you win, ever. I mean, on the whole, on average. Obviously, you're going to have big losses, and obviously, you're going to have big wins. All right, I'm looking to free up more money here. So we got coin sitting both on my high frequency trading setup and on my radar screen here, waiting for the open, which will be in about an hour or two from now. And we also have Jerome Powell speaking in about an hour. So, you want to be nicely hedged going into that Powell speech, because that's going to be economic. That's going to affect the market, and you don't know which way. So you want to have your bleeders and your runners equally hedged against each other. And then whatever happens, boom, you cut and run the other side, or maybe they'll still continue to bleed and continue to run the way they have been. Just being nicely hedged like that's going to protect you against an uncertainty moment in the market like that. All right, market makers, give me the mid. There we go. Ooh, very nice. Got a good fill there. All right, we're freeing up money for this coin IPO. Somebody said Bernie died the day Coinbase listed. Yeah, that's great. I love it. Wow. Died in prison, I suppose. I don't know how that worked out. What do I got here? I got an alert on my phone from Robinhood. What's up? Maybe it's about the IPO. Oh no, it just says that YVR is up today. I've got some YVR over there in Robinhood. Anything else? No, not really. Okay, cool. So Wells Fargo continuing to run. Who got Wells Fargo calls? Looking great. XLF running. XLE running. Who's got calls? Tesla pulling up off the bottom. Yep. However, that could still be in downtrend. So this could be just another good moment to get puts at a cheaper price. Oh, awesome, Adam. Adam got XLE calls. I don't know how long ago you did that, but awesome. Hopefully it works out all day for you. You never know, what might run all day. But what we do is we position ourselves in the strongest leaders and the strongest losers. And then hopefully by the end of the day, we've got a couple of them still. We didn't cut out of a couple of them. And they've got, 100% gains or more. But you're not going to get there holding the other ones. That's going to screw you over. If you're supposed to cut, you do need to cut, because you can't make money if you keep losing money. I mean, fucking just write that on your wall. Like that. I mean, there's nothing no more cold hard truth than that. You have to learn how to master losing in order to win. That's just strange truth. Mara is bleeding because Bitcoin is dropping. Bitcoin's back to 63,800. Like I said, you'll be lucky if you get 65,000 on Bitcoin. The time to sell was at 64,000. That's just, like Faraz, he knows like when things get to the top end of the range and they start, weakening. Um, I'm literally telling you that about Bitcoin. And, so that's why Mara is doing that. That's why Riot will do that because they're heavily dependent. Their valuation is heavily dependent on those Bitcoin valuations. That's funny. Oh yeah, that's crazy. What a weird observation. That's funny, Alex. You're very mathematical. I like it. That's pretty funny. Also, yeah, no, you only have to divide by 10 because SPY is 413 and Wells Fargo is 41.3. But yeah, divide by 100 SPX. That would be the one that you divide by 100. Funny guy. How's Coin doing? Coin's going to open probably at 340, they say now. Coin IPO going to open at 340. Let's see. I'm still going to try to free up some more money here for the Coin IPO. And again, I can't stress enough, if Powell's speaking in an hour, make sure by then you've got an equal amount of money hedged on put positions. So Apple is an excellent put today. And Tesla potentially, but it could reverse on you. But Apple seems to be bleeding all day. LFMD bleeding all day. You want that equal amount of money on put positions as call positions. So whichever the way the market snaps, you're already got positions that are going to be aided by that direction. XLE just running like mad dog. So good. By the way, if you get XLE, the increments that it moves, very small. So you need to buy kind of a lot of contracts. Its beta weighted delta is very small. So that's what's going on there. Did you say beta weighted delta? Yeah, I did. A lot of the options that expire tomorrow are going to be fairly inexpensive today. I mean, sorry, Friday. But yeah, some of those sector ones also have more frequent than weekly expirations, some of those. And that can cause them to be very inexpensive, yes. But be careful about what you buy. Make sure it is probably at the money is the best as far as sensitivity goes for your day trading. Yeah, IWM. I'm in IWM in my long-term portfolio, in my reflation portfolio. Of course, definitely running. Yeah, that's for reflation. Good job. You can go into my chart trader alerts and take a look at my reflation portfolio allocation, and that's in there. Paul, I just got your private message. Are you still in here, Paul V? Let me see. Yes, you are. Hopefully you hear me, Paul. Got your private message, and yeah, that'd be fine. I'm about to send you a link, and you'll be able to choose your time, and then that's going to be super helpful because I will do more for you than just teach you about options. I'll also try to figure out a path for you based on your lifestyle, your life, your goals, what you want to do, with trading, investing, on how much money you have. I give you a ton of advice there if I can. So I'll send you the link right now. You're very welcome, Paul. Looking forward to it. Do you do private tutoring? Yeah, that's funny, Anthony. That's kind of like exactly what Paul was asking about. So I sent him that link. I'm gonna just post the link right now into the Zoom. Yes, I do. I'll post the link also in here. All right, for anyone who wants to schedule some time. That should work. Let me know if it doesn't work. No problemo. All right, everybody. Yeah, we are going to be getting into that coin IPO pretty soon here. It's about an hour, two away. But I am prepping by freeing up money, getting ready for that. There are no options on IPOs, just so you know, for 3 days. They do not become available for 3 days. Boy, those Apple puts looking real tasty. Hopefully you guys got Apple puts. I mean, yeah, that's an excellent downside hedge on the day. Puts. When I said it, Apple was at 133.80. It's now 50 cents lower. So doing great on the put side. Again, LFMD, also a very good bleeder all day. As far as green runners, Wells Fargo, somebody brought to us, looks good. XLF is the sector that Wells Fargo is in. It's running like mad. TELL, TELL, seems to be running green all day. You might have to buy only shares on that. And XLE, also running all day. It does look like industrials are lagging a little bit. The increase in the price of oil and everything, but base materials, but that's just an opportunity. You know, they will correct along with base materials, energy, financials, rates, and oil, all going up. You're just getting a little bit of a lag on the industrial sector. But it looks like, as a matter of fact, our deer position is now up 33%. That's some of the greatest gains we've seen, I think, on deer. I'm up 2.2 grand on that. 33% gains. Speak of the devil, right when we were talking about Wells Fargo running, the financial sector is dropping. Wells Fargo is dropping. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. If you have $25,000 day trading account, just get out. If you're wrong, you can always get back in a few minutes. No big deal. There's no reason to hold through a big pullback like that. It looks like base materials are holding, however, and energy is pulling back a little bit. So that's what's going on. It looks like energy pulling back a little bit. However, from what I can see, but it might be delayed data, my oil futures contracts, I don't know if those are delayed or not, are still up and holding. I'll check TradingView. I don't know if their oil information is delayed or on point. Let's see. It'll tell me if I turn on in settings. It doesn't seem to be delayed. And then we have 63.17. So actually it's up. 63.17. No, 62. Where is that? I gotta zoom up. $62.82. That's exactly what I show. I don't know if they're either both delayed the same or I'm getting real-time information. I do believe it's real time. Yeah, market open, it's real time. So this little pullback on energy career is in lane 3, XRP, buy and hold for a year, buy and hold for 3 months, something like that during this stimulus crypto rush going on. Cam, did you want to tell me which stock you were talking about? Something about Palantir put contracts. So you expect Palantir to go up? You wanted to sell. Wait a minute. Are you holding? And you want to know, should you get rid of them? Because for a minute there, it sounded like you're telling me should you open a position of selling contracts? No, you want in. Oh, I see. Oh, you want in. Oh, okay. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that. Like I'm not going to buy Palantir until it goes under 10, so I might as well. I should probably be selling puts down there as well. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting in if it could, if I got exercised, if it ever happened, right? So yeah, you could do that. Yeah, until then, free money. You're like, hey, until I can get my price, just give me free money, free money. It's like dividends. Is it, dude? Yes. Nah, not on the 10, not on the 10 strike, but you know, if you can pick it well, I would go with an 80% or 90% probability on that. So in other words, a 0.10 or a 0.20 delta. What's the delta on the 20 strike that you're looking at? 0.30. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's a 2-to-1 probability, risk reward ratio, because 0.30 is roughly half of 0.70, the other side, right? So, you know, you're 2-to-1 outweighing yourself. You have a 70% chance, essentially, is what that says, of making that money. But why not go 80%? I mean, well, I guess because you don't mind if you get assigned. I mean, and you want those shares. Yeah, so there you go. That's the coolest thing ever, right? Go for it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. You might even go 40. I mean, because you're thinking, you know, that you would actually want it. And there goes Wells Fargo back up and out and over where it was. And rates are going up right now, actually. Rates for the first time, we're starting to see an uptrend in rates. That's bad for tech. So we'll see Apple drop more. So Anthony, hold your fucking position. Hold your line, bro. All right, hold on. You bet, Anthony. Oh, it'll probably show up. Yeah, I already see what you're going to schedule with me for Monday. And Christian later today. Great. And Nikki on Monday, Mac on Tuesday, and Paul on Tuesday. So, like I said, automatically lines you guys up in my schedule here. I really like that Calendly thing. It put it in my Zoom. It's like I'm looking at my Zoom there. It's like, boom, I already know when I'm going to be helping you guys out. Love it. And I get to have the hours that I choose and the amount of break between sessions I choose. Pretty cool tool. There goes Tesla, puts to the downside. What did I say? And Apple is probably going to shoot lower. You just watch. You just watch. Because rates for the first time are showing a 4-point uptrend. It's only small. It's for a day trade, okay? But that's enough to give direction to tech, to give down direction to tech. I mean, Tesla puts, look at that. I mean, 760 to 745. You'd be up 1.3 grand on one put already. Now the market, interesting enough, may move down from here, but I believe that all of the appreciation we're seeing across base materials, energy, financials, industrials is going to cause it to hold. Actually, I'm seeing for the first time healthcare and discretionary, so Amazon and discretionary spending dropping. That's the first today. Discretionary is in a downtrend, so that's actually going to pull the market down instead of making it level while tech goes down and industrials goes up, and it comes out in the middle and it's level. We now have a little extra tug to the downside. So I think we will start to see SPY struggle a little bit now. Let's keep an eye on it. Yeah, meanwhile, financials are going to go, of course, financials are going to go up on the 10-year trending up now. So this is why it's so important to watch all these sectors. I mean, you can just steer and guide. It's the weather. It's like it's the weather. You know, you don't want to be an Apple when the stores are closed and it's hailing. You know, that's what's happening right now. You know, so that's why it's so important to watch all the sectors, to watch the leaders and the laggards in each sector. I mean, you could be watching 50 to 100 stock charts per day. I mean, that's kind of like where I am right now with you guys. I've honed it down to just these 30, 38. But normally I'll watch around 250 to 300 charts live. You can also tell that if tech is falling, but sectors are not changed, that tech will recover. I've used that. Sure, that's an interesting way to look at it. That could happen. Mostly rates. Look at TNX, you know. But you know, these correlations, they can get off some days. So it's a very interesting animal, the whole market. It's like fucking golf. I think that's probably the best analogy I ever just thought of. It's like golf. No matter how amazing you are and how good you are, it's still really fucking hard. And you're still going to throw your club in the bushes. Golf is really hard. And that's actually just part of the game. You can't be perfect at golf. It's very on somewhere. And, you know, if you just can have, there you go. I mean, someone just said, Nicholas, golf is 9 at 744. So you lost 700 trying to play calls up to the puts because of the game theory logic deduction of that meant now we're not in a range, we're going down, therefore we're in a downtrend, we can get puts. Now you'd be up about $2,000. So down 700, up 2,000. So there you go. In fact, probably down 500 and up 2,000. So that's about 4-to-1 just by reading the psychology of the market, if you want to call it that. But it's really game theory, which is psychology, and it's pivot reading, pivot trend reading on the charts. So for those of you on TikTok, I'm talking about these points here. Those are called pivot points. You can make a lot of money today. Tesla was 780 at the top. Okay, you guys, get your hedge on because Powell's going to speak in about 40 minutes. Make sure you have an equal amount of money in the market downside. Bet on the market, on things that are going down right now. As you do on the upside, you need to have calls or stock shares today equally hedged to the upside on things that are going up. There you go, Anthony. There goes Apple. Apple dropping. Yep, no, not on the same stock, in totally different stocks. You want ideally independently running stocks. So you want a stock that's bleeding all day no matter what the market's doing. You want a stock that's running all day no matter what the market's doing. You want non-dependency stocks. That's how good you want to try to find your picks, ideally. So you want to be in puts on stuff that's going down regardless. Maybe it's got terrible news, a lawsuit, whatever. And you want to be in equal amount of, not number of calls like contract wise, but money invested to the upside on things that have that are just running all day on great news. Okay, good job, Anthony. We're making Anthony some money today. And you can still stay in Apple. Right before or during when Powell speaks, if you see Apple take a violent turn to the upside, it's because maybe he said something that helps Apple's outlook, you know, tech's outlook. And that will mean that because rates are going to drop right now. And then like, you know, so this is why you want to also be able to cut any of your positions. But while you're running after Apple, trying to cut it, you'll see that other thing that you have calls on, hopefully it will start to run. So it just depends on which way the wind is blowing. But there can also be anti-correlations going on as well. So like if rates drop and that makes tech go up, that's going to make Wells Fargo drop because that's going to make financials go down. So you ideally really want to be in positions that are irregardless of what the fuck the market's doing. They're having their own little independent corner of the market thing go on, like a lawsuit, like a partnership, like a something like that. That's ideally how you want to do it. No, Israel, you don't need like a lot of margin or anything like that to do puts. Puts are exactly like calls. They're just upside down. That's all. And the amount of money that you can lose on a call, if it goes down on you, the amount of money on a call that you can lose is how much you paid, right? Puts, same thing. The amount of money you can lose is how much you paid. Puts and calls are special. They're not like shorting and longing stock in that sense, where if you short a stock, you open yourself up to unlimited downside. No, puts are just like calls. They're literally just upside down. That's it. That's all you got to know. If you know how to do calls, you can do puts under the presumption that puts are simply upside down. They're exactly the same. If you're comfortable with calls, you're comfortable with puts. You just don't know it. They're just upside down. Mara continuing to bleed. Yeah, except that Bitcoin is pulling up off the bottom a little bit. I don't necessarily like grabbing of a dependency. You're trying to find independently running things. You don't want to find like Amara bleeding all day. It's technically because it's because it's dependent on Bitcoin. Bitcoin could turn around on you. Bitcoin, there's no like unless there's a negative news about a lawsuit against Bitcoin. Like, why would you want that dependency? There's never going to be any kind of news on Bitcoin that's going to make it do that. By the way, Apple dropping, Tesla dropping, if that's too expensive for you, another thing is XLK. You could just go for the tech sector. Tech puts XLK. I mean, XLK has been bleeding all day, being led down by Apple and looks like Tesla. Exactly, dependence. And that's why it's not necessarily about knowing something. It's about simply following the charts. That's all we're doing here today. I mean, we're just flying what do they call that? We're just the best fucking ship in the fleet, man. We read the directions really well. I'm a good navigator. So we've got, what do we got? We've got about 2.4 parsecs on Apple so far on these puts. The USS money bags. Oh, that's great. Literally, I bought it at the highest peak. What are you talking about now, Coley? Let me see. You guys having a conversation so fast. What are you talking about? Doge. Oh, okay. What do you think Doge is going to do when coin goes? That's a very interesting question. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's a good question, though. Very good question. Maybe. I mean, look, I mean, we're making money today based on what's happening today. And in fact, we're watching these things moment by moment, aren't we? So I don't know what's going to be a good IV play next week. And that's okay. I can admit that, there's probabilities, and I can look at the chart. I can look at Apple's daily chart and say, hey, this looks like such and such. And I can be probably right, but I can also be probably wrong. So maybe. Well, Wells Fargo continuing to run, but I believe that that's the top out point. I mean, are you guys looking at XLE, XLF, XLB, oil? I think Wells Fargo, keep holding it. It may be running. But we could be topping out here because oil's not running anymore. It's topping. It's kind of triple topped. It may in fact revert down a little bit soon here. We'll see. Your account is blowing up. Fuck yeah. Nice. I mean, that's what we do when we get in the right assets. Now, the thing is, when we have this cataclysmic event of Jerome Powell speaking in about 30 minutes, You're going to want to watch those. You know, we could see everything move in the directions that we've bet. That will be awesome. That will be the optimum. Everything that we got that's going down fucking takes, and you make a lot. Everything simultaneous to that we've got calls on goes up, right? So you make a bunch on that, and the market just rips apart exactly how you bet it. Calls to the upside, puts to the downside, and it just rips exactly in that direction, and you're now making money twice as fast as anybody's making money on one side or one direction. Maybe somebody's playing puts, maybe somebody's playing calls in the market. You're making money both sides. You're going to be making money twice as fast. That's the beauty of hedging, and it also protects you when the market moves against you. Or the worst could happen. You know, everything runs in the opposite direction as you have it hedged, and so you're going to have to be quick to cut positions if that happens. So be careful, be on the watch out, watch your pivot points. Those are the zigzag bottoms and tops. Watch those pivot points. Whenever you have a break of one of those pivot points, it's not a bad idea to just get out. Yeah, SPY actually pushed down a bit there. Yep, that was nice. I'm going to see about freeing up some more money for the coin IPO. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, no, that's exactly it right now. 133.25, right, risking more money. But you don't have to do that, you know. Next time it's way, way, way down there, more of that zigzag and more and more and more. And yeah, every time you get, you know, such and such gain, you have to give back like 50% to hope for more. But that can be part of the process. Oh, LFMD, yeah, absolutely. Let's see how it reacts to the VWAP there. But MSTR definitely still doing great as a put. Now, looking again at the market, does anybody need a hedge? Which way do you need a hedge? I can try and find something for you guys. Who needs a hedge to the upside? Who needs a hedge to the downside? You guys need to equal weight your holdings right now. Are you looking for a hedge? Very funny. A hedge for the upside because you're only in Tesla and Apple puts. Whoa. You understand that those Tesla puts are probably pretty hefty. So to find a hedge to the upside, make sure you put an equal amount of money into those. Okay. There we go. Hedge to the upside. What we got? We got Wells Fargo for sure. Okay. Wells Fargo, but that is kind of tied to the it is kind of anti-hedged because they are correlated. You know, that Wells Fargo is doing good is because rates are going up, and that's why TIC's doing bad. But that's okay. You know, you might want to get some Wells Fargo. So Wells Fargo for some hedge to the upside. It looks like XLE possibly. That together could also be going with. Again, it's kind of an anti-hedge, but it can work. But then also, let me take a look. So this is why I asked. Let's see. What we're looking for is something that's running all day. If anyone knows of any, let us know. But it looks like possibly SBLK. Let me take a look. SBLK. SBLK looks good. Yep, I picked that one out of a hat. It did break down a little bit just recently, but you could risk it now. And if it breaks down below 1565-ish, the bottom of the pivot there, SBLK, then you would get out. But in the meantime, you could be hedged to the upside on that starting out, and it might be even mid risk on that, mid to low risk. So you're not grabbing it while it's like running, you know, you actually have a bit of a pullback right now. Kind of got to, you have to view that as kind of a positive. And also XLF, by the way, it's just been running all day, even maybe more smoothly than XLE. But Wells Fargo's been doing great. But I'm going to pick another one out of my hat here. I'm basically looking at the FinBiz bubble scanner. Oh, wow. Rig kind of like looks good. Rig is just straight up. It's like an algorithmic buy, RAG. It was just like one little teeny dot in the corner. That's awesome. Boom. Possibly Boom is another one. Let me see. Boom. SBLK, Wells Fargo, XLF, XLE. There you go. That's 6. Like, that's nice and XLF, the entire financial sector, and XLE, the energy sector. By the way, XLB also running today, but usually the spreads and liquidity on XLB is very low. MRO is another one. Okay. A little bit more rocky. Can you see that? Like, in other words, more violent pullbacks. It's not so smooth. You see what I mean? Like, if you want to be just like an expert stock picker, you choose RIG over MRO. Do you see why, Israel? Can you compare those two charts? Flip back and forth between them on your system. It's just less volatile, is what they say. Less volatile. Like RIG today looks like if you invested in a CD in your bank and you got a guaranteed 1% return. You know what I mean? And then you go over to MRO and you're like, you know, the banker has to tell you like, okay, you put your money in this, but see what I mean? That's the difference. Uncertainty is far higher on MRO than RIG. And FPI is just gorgeous. Like, that's another gorgeous one. Gorgeous uptrend on FPI and RIG. No, I don't like MRO, even though it's doing great. I mean, it just goes to show you, you know, how I like to choose higher quality. It's like a diamond, you know. Yeah, it's not yellow; it's a white diamond, but I want VSS3 or whatever the heck, you know, they call that. You know, whatever it is. I haven't looked at diamonds in a long time, but you know, it's like a rating. I give RIG a very, very high rating, like top quality. I should have like a monocle on my eye. I'm going to become the Monopoly man. All right, what do we have here? Now on that, is that very still running today? Not so much. AI, ooh, AI with a breakout off the bottom. This could be a turnaround reversal moment for AI, signaling a swing trade for 3 months. AI, interesting. I'm going to look at that on the big chart, but let me take a look at it on the little chart as well. Intraday. Powell speaks in 20 minutes. Oil is holding. Rates trending up slowly. No, what is this then? Is it a different AI? What am I looking at here? Oh, there we go. Okay. So possibly a pretty strong bottom signaling entrance for a swing that could last 2 or 3 months. So I'm going to go signal that in the group, but you heard it first here, folks. AI is recent low, so stop loss, recent low, which is the all-time low, and profit targets will be every pivot point. So wow, they're really awesome. And 175. It's currently 72. So this could be a 3-month swing trade of the century here, man. AI, there we go. I sent the alert out over in Chart Traders Alerts. If it doesn't work out, What's the price? Yeah, the mid would be like 1755, 1750. Yeah. Oh, I can see just somebody, just one of us probably just put an order in for 1730. Who was that? I mean, I literally just saw it change right now. It had to be one of us. That must have been us. And then somebody brought the ask down to 1750. So somebody maybe just got that 1750. Good job. It's one of us. It's one of us. I mean, we see the opportunity here on AI pretty straight in the eye. Let's see. I'll zoom out on that. I'm also up 25% on IWD. Somebody was talking about IWN earlier. One of my positions is also IWD. That's pretty funny. You probably need to do meditation for us on a craps table. Just be sitting there like, like in the middle of the craps table and everyone's throwing dice all over you. That'd be perfect. And oh, I'm getting someone at the door. I'll be back in a second, guys. Angelica, yeah, where the hell is she? Angelica, there you are. What happened to all the good picks? But damn, FPI just keeps running. Boom, keeps running. BOOM. Rig keeps going. It looks like XLF is topping. So watch your WFC and watch your XLF positions. Um, AI is just running all day today, so that's another hedge to the upside. But literally, I'm also getting into the swing position on that. That's an outstanding reversal off the bottom with AI. There must be some news, but I can see it clearly. Writings on the wall, increased volume, breakout bar, uh, break over pivot, bottom reversal. We are now in an uptrend. At the very least, we're in a sideways trend, but between the top end of the range and here, so like 200, at the top. Freed up here to be able to get that. Let's see. Any put ideas? Yes, sir, George. We have some. How's Apple doing? Apple is sitting right now, Anthony, at that point in which it can really test our faith. Right now, 133.30 is like where you want to watch out. 133.30. But you could have cut that anywhere along the way, and I wouldn't have faulted you probably. It's a little bit harder when you have a pattern day trade restricted account. Powell in 9 minutes. Yes. No, I wouldn't call that a flat top. Maybe a flat top wedge. Okay, maybe for us on deer. Not really. Maybe. I mean, you could call it that possibly, but basically, it's gonna break up to the upside and get back into an uptrend here pretty soon. I believe. It's not like a real clear flat top wedge, but yeah, I can see how you could draw that. Okay, the 60. Boy, you guys tightened up the spread there on on AI. Let's see. And you raised the price on me. I'm getting in last. All right, right in the middle. Do we have a market maker to fill that? Let's see what happens. That should fill. There we go. Okay. Because I was a little bit over the mid. All right, so I'm in AI. And now that makes it even more important for me to free up some money for coin, which is coming soon. I mean, Jesus, at $500 a share, you're going to be able to buy, for some of you, maybe you won't even be able to buy a share, but you'll only be able to buy a couple shares, but still, you'll make proportionally the same amount of money. So don't let that phase you. No, I don't have really a fundamental analysis, Nick, for coin on the IPO. We're going to trade the momentum. So we're going to day trade it today. And then usually what you want to do is you want to let the IPO price drop over the course of a week or two. Let it find bottom. And then you can start to get in a little position down at the bottom from there. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, coin is going on the market today. And the SEC this year is probably going to approve more Bitcoin ETFs. Once the SEC allows RIAs, registered investment advisors, to advise their clients can buy some Bitcoin, oh my God. Bitcoin will just double. There's that much institutional money out there, accredited investor and money. So a huge amount. But right now, RIAs are not allowed to recommend to their clients for you to get into Bitcoin. So the entire professional investing world is not allowed to advise you to invest in Bitcoin. But in the coming months, that the SEC is likely to change that rule, and that's just going to open the floodgates of more market cap. It's going to go up more. Is there a monthly fee for long-term options when selling contracts, or is total cost factored in when you order them, and all fees are initially prepared? Pretty much, yeah, pretty much you're all set there. But what you'd want to do is sell weeklies. RIG still running. Boom, curving down off of the highs, but still technically in an uptrend. Rig just keeps running. Wells Fargo, so it's by pennies. So you want to buy a lot of contracts on that to have any actual worthwhile position size. It looks like XLE is finally having some problems appreciating further. We'll see. We'll see. Watch your XLE. Tesla showing signs of bottoming. This recent pivot high it made is at about a 50% weaker angle than the trend it was on. So therefore it's softening. The downside on Tesla is softening and the upside is strengthening. So if you have Tesla puts, you probably should be getting out right around here, because it looks like it's shifted. The momentum is shifting to the upside. Same thing could be happening on Apple. Apple really close to the cutout point. Let these things breathe just a hair, because they're all at such pivotal points, and we're right at the point in which Powell is supposed to be speaking. But yes, watch for any violent changes in either direction, because it's probably going to be because Powell said something. Alex, where can we watch Powell today? It's some kind of a conference he's at, or is it the FOMC meeting? What is it? What is Powell going to be talking about? Let's see. Over on YouTube.
Rosemary Banks, Ambassador of New Zealand. Philip Ethion.
I'm going to put it on my TV over here.
Us, Ambassador of Australia, and Manasvi Srisogopal, the legislation, thought it was appropriate.
Anthony, I hope you're still in your tech. I mean, into your in your Apple put.
Inflation as a result of the stimulus bill, or do other things that might get you to be more worried about the economy because of the size of that stimulus bill?
Asking what?
At the Fed, we have very specific jobs. We're a creature of statute, and we have very specific jobs that we handle on behalf of the Congress.
What is it?
And that's for monetary policy. It's stable prices and maximum employment.
Yeah, I think it is.
Supervise and regulate banks. We deal with the payment systems and all that. One thing
tech is totally moving to the downside.
Congress or the administration advice on fiscal policy.
SPY is moving to the downside.
And we don't traditionally take a position in favor.
Meanwhile, rig is still moving up. So you got a good upside hedge there.
And we didn't do it for really any of
energy is still moving up. Oil going up. That's suggesting that inflation comments are to the upside, which would kill tech a little bit today.
Things that Congress might do on fiscal policy.
Okay. Well, let's just talk about, let me try it another way. Are you worried about debt and deficits? The debt is pretty high, 27 trillion or so. and the annual deficit is now about 2.5 to 3 trillion or so. Is that a concern for the Fed in terms of impacting inflation?
So yes, in the over time and in the longer run, the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path, meaning simply that the debt is growing meaningfully faster than the economy, and that's by definition unsustainable over time. It's a different
He just made a horrible comment.
The level of the debt is unsustainable. It's not. The current level of the debt is very sustainable, and there's no question of our ability to service and issue that debt for the foreseeable future. I would also say, though, that as a nation, we will have to eventually get back to a sustainable path. That is something that is best done in very good times, when the economy is at full employment and when taxes are rolling in. This is not the time to prioritize that concern, but it is nonetheless an important concern that I believe we will ultimately have to return to, again, when the economy is strong.
Now, you have previously said, I just want to ask you if you feel the same way now, that currently you do not expect the Federal Reserve to increase interest rates before the end of 2022. Is that a correct view of what you've said?
So here's what we've said. We've said that we would expect to keep interest rates where they are today until three particular outcomes are achieved in the economy. The first is that the recovery in the labor market.
Okay, that was good for tech. Watch out.
The second is that inflation has reached 2%. And really reached it, not just sort of tapped the base, as I like to say, but has reached sustainably. And the third thing is that inflation is on track to run moderately above 2% for some time. Those are the tests. So we are really focused on.
I think he's underestimating inflation,
and not on a particular time frame. When we get those three boxes checked, that's when we'll consider raising interest rates, and that's when we'll raise interest rates. Until then, we won't. So what you're referring to, I think, is we all write down these projections every quarter in the March, June, September, and December FOMC meetings, write down individual projections, and we submit those, we tabulate them and publish them. And most members of the committee did not see raising interest rates until 2024, but that isn't a committee forecast. It isn't
that's
something
bullshit.
we vote on.
They're going to raise rates in November. You just watch.
It really is just our own.
They're very much
so I
underestimating inflation.
Of markets to focus too much on what we call the dot plot, the summary of economic projections, and I would focus more on the outcomes that we've described and the best assessment we can make of our progress toward achieving those.
Okay, but based on what you know today, you would not expect to increase interest rates before 2022, or you're just not saying that yet?
Well, before 2022, that would be this year. I think that would be highly unlikely. I don't talk about a particular date. I don't think there's a use in that. So, but it really is outcome based.
Okay. Let me ask you, last time the Fed did increase interest rates, it did so by a little bit, and then it started shrinking its balance sheet a bit. Do you have any view on whether that's the right way to proceed when you begin to increase interest rates? Should you increase interest rates and then shrink the balance sheet later, or should you begin to shrink the balance sheet and then increase interest rates? Do you have any view on whether one policy or the other is better?
So what we did after the global financial crisis was first we were buying assets, and then we gradually slowed the pace at which we were buying treasuries and mortgage-backed securities, and then we held the balance sheet constant for a while. After that, we started raising interest rates. We raised them gradually, and at some point we held the balance sheet constant. So we don't sell bonds into the market, and we either, when they mature, we either reinvest them or whether we allow them to run off. So that's what we did last time. I think if you look at the sense of our guidance, it is that we will reach the time at which we will taper asset purchases when we've made substantial further progress toward our goals from last December when we announced that guidance, and that would in all likelihood.
That's kind of bad. I think he's underestimating inflation, and we're basically saying that unless we have another stimulus,
but that is the sense of the guidance.
we may not see a recovery soon.
Likely to follow the same policy of not
it could be 2 years of this.
Already have, or other securities, but just let them mature, and then that's the way you shrink your balance sheet. Is that right?
You know, these are questions which lie ahead of us, but essentially, though, I would say it this way: the first thing we do is we say that we will gradually reduce the pace of our purchases, And then when the purchases go to zero, the size of the balance sheet is constant, and when bonds mature, you reinvest them. Now, then another step, and we took this late in the day, the last cycle, was to allow bonds to start to run off. And we haven't decided whether to do that or not. We didn't then, and I don't think we now would ever actually sell bonds into the market.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit about the FOMC. People probably don't really know how it works that much, but how many members are there of the FOMC?
That's the end of his comments on inflation. It didn't really change the market much.
Reserve Bank
He didn't say
all of
much.
the sitting governors, which is currently 6, are what we call participants in the FOMC. So it's a Federal Open Market Committee, and we meet 8 times a year. We're doing it virtually now, but I do it from this beautiful boardroom we have upstairs. So all of the governors vote at every meeting. That's the 6 of us, and then 5 of the Reserve Bank presidents vote on a rotating basis on a 2 or 3 year cycle, depending on which district you represent. Except the New York Fed president always votes as well. So it's a little bit complicated, but the sense of it is that it's a balance between the reserve banks, which are all around the country, and the board, which is here in Washington, D.C., and is nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate.
Okay. So in the Supreme Court, when they have conferences among the members, I think the Chief Justice gives his view first, and others, according to seniority, give their views. How does it work at the FOMC? Is the chairman of the board, you give your views first, or do others speak and then you give your views?
It really depends on the issues and what we're talking about, and it's sort of up to me. The order changes. It's not an order of seniority or anything like that. People say, let's say we're going to have a go around on the economy. People will say, I'd like to go in the middle. I'd like to go at the beginning. I'd like to go at the end. We sort of make the list and we hand the list around. So I will sometimes go first if I really want to make a point. Often I'll go last and I'll try to sum up and then say what I think the path forward is. It really depends on the situation.
Okay, I always worry about the secrecy, so I assume that you have somebody coming in sweeping where all these discussions are going to occur, or when they're being done virtually, you have the best cyber people in the world to make sure that nothing leaks out. Is that correct?
That is correct. Of course, we realize that we're a very attractive, target for hacking and cyber attacks of all kinds, and so we invest a great deal of time and money in trying to make ourselves as safe as possible. We also have very strict rules for FOMC participants and their staff for the handling of confidential materials. I would just say you never feel like you've done enough. I'm sure you feel the same way in business. You just never feel like you've done enough. But we try very hard to be as robust against those kind of penetrations as possible.
Okay, so let me ask you about the situation with respect to a couple issues we've talked about, climate change, for example, or racial inequality. The Fed has not historically been somebody that's supposed to be focused on climate change. And you're focused on the unemployment rate, but not under the statute, whether it's minority unemployment rate or white unemployment rate. How do you assess those issues? Do you get criticized from members of Congress when you say we have to worry about, or if you do say that, climate change or its impact on the economy? How do you assess these issues that are not really in your statute, but are now
rampant racist questions
moving forward?
What do you think about judging people on the color of their skin?
Similarity, so I'll talk about it in order. So
fucking racist.
But the point is, both of them we see only through the eyes, through the lens of our existing mandates. We haven't gotten any new mandates. So climate change, for example, the
socialist
reason we're focused on
dickheads.
climate change is that
They're communist
our job is to
Hitlers
make
just
sure
in
that
disguise.
financial institutions, banks, particularly the largest ones, understand and are able to manage the significant risks that they take. And the public will expect us to do that. Climate change is just another one of the risks. And increasingly,
For us, it basically already has.
Realize that if you talk to leaders of these large financial institutions, they're very focused on what climate change is going to mean for their business model over time. So it's within the scope of that mandate. In addition, we have responsibilities for the broader financial system. How will climate change affect the broader financial system and markets? And so we
It's some kind of conference called the Economic Club.
It's similar with inequality. We have these persistent disparities,
Economic
racial,
Club.
gender, and other disparities in economic outcomes in our economy. And
There's no hurricanes
the
here.
economy back.
No hurricanes in
We don't
Central
want an
Texas.
economy where everyone has the ability to contribute to and benefit from
No
prosperity
earthquakes,
that
no
we
fires.
have in our great economy. So
and it's
those
beautiful.
the gaps that we face,
Rivers
we
and
call
lakes.
them out, we talk about them. We've tried to incorporate into our monetary policy framework.
And it's central
that,
to everywhere.
Maximum employment, our statutory
It's 2.5
goal,
hours
so
to anywhere in the
goal,
United States here.
That's a reference to those issues. And
Yeah,
also,
that's where I live,
we
George.
now realize
Yeah.
that unemployment can go low for quite a long time without inflation.
I understand that.
Which will also tend to help those groups. On that, I would just stress, of course, we
Tesla just made a move to the upside to break pivot that might be, Apple might make that same move in sympathy, Anthony. So now I recommend you take the chance to get out at a break even if you can get out at any moment here. Just keep an eye on it. Be very careful.
Let me talk about that or ask you about inflation.
Apple may move in sympathy to Tesla. It may do what Tesla just did.
Inflation, but really hasn't been able to get 2% inflation in our economy. Why do you think it's been so difficult to get inflation at 2% or
Here we go,
higher?
back to inflation.
I worked in the government many years ago. We had double-digit inflation. I don't think we're getting that again. But why is inflation so hard to get when we have large deficits and a lot of government spending?
The economy has really changed since that's when I was in college. And I think people generally attribute the quarter of a century of low inflation that we've had to a number of factors. One is globalization, one is spread of technology, another is demographics and the aging population. All of those tend to lead to lower inflation. So what we have, in fact, since the global financial crisis for the last decade, you've seen central banks around the world really struggle to reach a 2% goal, and in some cases, are fighting outright deflation. The reason that's a difficult thing is that reduces the scope of central banks to react to the economy when it turns down, which can lead to still weaker economic outcomes, lower interest rates, lower inflation. So you can get into a cycle, if you will, that's not a productive one. So we really want inflation to be at 2%. We want it to average 2% over time, and that means that we want to overshoot 2% after we've been through a period moderately and for some time after we've been below 2% for a while.
Well, as you know, bond traders tend to focus on every nuance of everything you say, and so they tend to sometimes exaggerate what you might have meant. But make sure I understand and everybody watching understands. If inflation
Yes, I've heard of efficient market hypothesis
over the next year or so, you wouldn't regard that as a calamity. Is that fair?
So we
it's not
see,
true.
Because inflation has run below 2% for some time,
but it's close to 2.
Inflation that is moderately above 2% for some time. That's our objective. Now, when you say moderately, that means moderately. We're not going to put numbers on it, but so we'd be comfortable for. Indeed, we seek inflation that is moderately above 2%, and that's very well known. And so for quite some time, many people were saying, well, you'll never get above 2% because it has been very hard to get back to 2%. Now more of the discussion is on the other side, as you know.
So you are the first person in quite some time to be the chairman of the Fed who was not a PhD in economics. I think the last one might have been, I think Paul Volcker didn't have a PhD, but he was trained as an economist. But since that time, you've had trained economists. You've been trained as a lawyer. Is that why you are able to speak in the King's English much better than the economists who had that job? Because you tend to speak in ways that people actually can understand. Is that a conscious effort, or if you just didn't learn how to speak like an economist, and therefore you're more easily understood?
So I do consciously think it's very important to speak to the interested public in a way they can understand, and to avoid jargon. So every discipline has jargon. It's a way members of that discipline speak to each other to be very precise about what they mean. But when you use it with the general public, it's just annoying, it's irritating, and it's exclusive. It feels bad. So I try very hard to avoid using jargon. And I do think that I think if you look at surveys, and you've seen these, large public and private institutions around the world are really struggling to hold the faith and support of the public. And I think for the Fed, it's terribly important that we do engage with the public proactively. We don't look at this as something we got to do. It's absolutely essential to what we do is to speak to the public and the public's elected representatives in Congress a lot.
Candace, who?
And sort of gain our democratic legitimacy through that. We need accountability. We need democratic legitimacy, and to do that, we've got to speak clearly and transparently.
I've known a number of your predecessors. I would say they relish dealing with members of Congress. It wasn't the part of the job they liked the most. But you seem to actually, don't dislike it. You talk to a lot of members of both sides. Is that a conscious effort to talk to more members of Congress than maybe some of your predecessors? And do members of Congress tell you all the time, you should be doing this or that? And how do you respond when, you're trying to be polite to them?
It was very conscious, but part of it just was after the hard work done by, Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen. And
oh, really?
Involved to get the economy back to a better place and get the Fed back to a better
so
place.
Hard. Was that about the Candace thing?
Really
okay.
Raise our engagement, and I have. And so I do spend as much a great deal of time. I actually enjoy it. I go into people's offices and I say, I want to hear what's on your mind. And I think they really do appreciate the dialogue and all that. And I appreciate it too. I feel like I learn about them, and they tend to be very interesting people, and they're interested in what we do. So it seems to work, and I'm certainly going to keep doing it.
So when I go see members of Congress from time to time, I sit in the waiting room for quite a while to get in. Do you spend more than 30 seconds in a waiting room, or that 30 seconds would be long?
It happens all the time. Sometimes you go up there and they're voting, and you sit there for an hour, and they can't go, and you go back, and it's fine. That's just part of the deal. We work for them. I mean, we're a creature of Congress. We work with effectively the House Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking Committee are the statutory oversight over this agency in our government. So I take that very seriously. We take our relationships with them seriously, and we want to understand their concerns, and we work hard at that.
Now, as you pointed out earlier, there are 6 members of the Federal Reserve. There's supposed to be 7. We haven't had 7 for quite a while. Do you recommend a 7th person to the president, or do you stay out of that? And how does the Fed operate without 7? It hasn't had 7 for a long time. Do you think it's okay to operate with 5 or 6?
It's certainly okay to operate with 5 or 6. We were down to 3 for a while. I would say that was more like we had to go to zone defense. That was very, very difficult. But with 5 or 6, we're fine, and with 7, we're fine. The way it works, though, is of course the president has the right of nomination, the Senate has the right of confirmation. We have no official role to play whatsoever. As a matter of courtesy, traditionally, administrations have, after they've vetted candidates, they will, perhaps send that candidate to be a governor over to meet with the Fed chair.
Rig having a little bit of a pullback right now. Possibly an entry, if it's going to keep going like this, possibly an entry would be at 361. But watch for a break at 360. If it were to break down at 360, that might be the end of the whole run.
Became Secretary of the Treasury, and somebody who was on the Fed board later became chairman of the Fed, like you have. And so is it a little awkward to be in a situation where your former, let's say, chair is now the Secretary of the Treasury, or does it make it easier because you know her so well?
It's not awkward at all. So I think, I've worked at Treasury and I've worked at the Fed. Secretary Yellen worked in the White House on the council. She's chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. And I think both of us understand that Fed and Treasury have different authorities and different roles, but have a long history of institutionally working together for the good of the country. And so we respect each other. We respect the lines very clearly, clear lines, stay in your lane kind of thing. I think we'll have exactly that kind of we do have exactly that kind of a relationship. I mean, I have no concerns about that at all. And
how do you relate to the administration? Typically, chairs of the Fed will have a regular lunch with the Secretary of Treasury. Sometimes even the President of the United States will have some regular contact. How are you relating to this administration? Do you meet with the Secretary of Treasury regularly, or people on the White House staff, or the President? How are you doing that?
So I think the way the sort of standard way it's happened has been this, that there's a weekly, it had been a breakfast or a lunch between the Secretary of the Treasury and the Fed chair, and it rotates back and forth into each building. That's now a phone call. And so that's what I've been doing with Secretary Yellen. In addition, there's been an irregular but roughly monthly lunch with the head of the National Economic Council. So there's a relationship there. Meetings with the presidents and Fed chairs are very, very, very infrequent. And and not on any sort of a schedule. So I have not met with the president.
And you met him before he was president? You must have met him at some point in his life or your life, or you really haven't met him yet?
I think I've shaken his hand.
That's because he doesn't exist. No, just kidding.
Really haven't talked about it.
Let's talk about what it's like to be the chairman of the Fed. One day you're, a private citizen, and you can go to a restaurant, you can say whatever you want, you can do, anything socially. When you're on the Fed board and then you become chairman, are you constrained in who you can socialize with, what you can say in a restaurant? If people come up to you and they innocently say, "Hey, what's going on? What are you working on?" What are you supposed to say? I mean, so how is life as the chairman of the Fed?
So people don't come up and say inappropriate things. That's the thing. In fact, mostly they don't come up at all. I think even people that I know are reluctant to come up. Which
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Isn't that hilarious? I've never heard that. Yeah, I know, Nick. He literally just said that. That's why I said because Biden doesn't exist. Like, wow. Jerome Powell just said he's never met the president. He says, I think I've shaken his hand one time before somewhere, before he was president. Like, oh my God. Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
And all of those things, right?
Yes, yeah, and 24-hour security, all those things.
Biden is a myth.
So
yeah.
When you are running the Fed in a
I like
pandemic,
XRP. Yes, I like XRP.
From your home, I know you're now in the Fed building now, but have you been the last year or so mostly working from home, or have you been coming into the Fed and working from there?
We had a pretty significant FOMC meeting on March 15th, which I think was a Sunday, and that was the last meeting that I did from this building. I went home after that, and since March 15th, 2020, have mostly worked from home. And although lately I'm coming in, I found myself coming in 2, 3, 4 days a week, as a matter of fact, more than I used to. I'm not sure why.
I'm not sure if there's any further useful information here.
I
I do find it pretty useful to know that he's never met the president.
Our business model, we're able to adapt to doing work remotely. I think many organizations have that experience.
He is, Anthony.
So most of the Fed staff people who work at the main building of the Fed, are they coming in now more frequently, or are they still working from home?
Almost everyone works, just about everyone works from home exclusively, or from wherever they are exclusively. Some people live elsewhere now, where they're calling in from a home someplace that isn't the one they have in the Washington area.
You're coming in more frequently because your wife is saying, finally, it's time to get out of the house and go to the office, or some of that, or she's having
There may be some of that involved. There may be some of that involved, absolutely.
So how do you coordinate with the heads of the central banks in Europe and other countries that are important? Obviously, it's remote now, but do you find that you can still communicate with them what they're doing, and do you communicate as well what you're doing remotely?
It's a very, very important part of the job, more important than I had really understood, I think, before I started doing it. And we need to know each other. The heads of the major central banks need to know each other pretty well and meet regularly and talk. And so that's what we do in Basel, Switzerland. 6 times a year we go to Basel, and we have 2.5 days of meetings, and there's no
Switzerland
press or anything like that. So that's what we do. Of course, we haven't done that since January of 2020.
I don't see anything interesting going on Mara, but you could ask Elliot.
I really
he's the one who seems to be all over Mara and Riot. But we are in Mara
on the telephone now
and Riot.
By the secure equivalent of a Zoom call. It's fine. That's what we'll keep doing for as long as we have to do it.
All right, we have 30 minutes until the coin IPO, probably.
In that tower in Basel, having lunch with people.
Yeah, probably about 30 minutes.
Going for walks. You just have more time to really.
My wife found that somewhere.
And talk than there is on the telephone. But I stay in touch with a good number of my international colleagues, and again, I place a high value on. I think that is a good thing to do.
The Fed director for the area of that has, I guess, includes Wyoming, often holds an event. I guess it's in August or July, where the major finance people come together in Jackson Hole, and that's again July or August. Is that going to happen this year in person, or do you think it's remote again?
I think they're thinking about that right now. So that's the Kansas City Fed, and our great Kansas City
Gotta see
president,
my whole setup here.
will be making that decision. I'm not sure where they're going to come out on that, but we will hold it. It'll be held virtually, I think, as it was last year.
So I think you said recently the biggest problem that you're worried about now is cyber attacks and so forth. Can you elaborate a little bit more why you are so worried about it, and how does the Fed protect itself? I assume you are subject to lots of people wanting to know what's going on in cyber attacks. I assume you've got great ways to prevent that, but could you give us, without telling the secrets you can't tell, some of the things that you were worried about in terms of cyber and how you protect your information?
Sure. You know, the question I was answering was really, will we see a rerun of the global financial crisis with the banks failing and all that? And, you know, we spent 10 years, literally 10 years, strengthening the banks with much higher capital. I can't stress how much higher levels of liquidity, much better risk management, severely adverse annual stress tests. And I have to say that the banks held up to what was a pretty significant real-time stress test over the course of 2020. So that isn't the main concern I would worry about it. And it really is some kind of a cyber attack. So we have a great game plan now for banks making bad loans and, you know, housing bubbles and things like that. We've got that game plan. We've got a really strong financial system and capital markets.
He say he's worried about a
It's
cyber
the new
attack?
frontier, and that's not
Interesting.
a new insight. We spend a great deal of time and money, you know, making sure that we are resilient, making sure that the banks, they spend a lot of time and money. All of these institutions are, you know, constantly under cyber attack. And, you know, there's within the government, tremendous resources, very, very capable resources that we work with. I wouldn't want to go much into it. You know, we historically we've run
Maybe.
these exercises.
I don't think so.
You know, scenario analysis.
Maybe that'll make
we
them
run
pop.
Exercise and see how it happens. We imagine
But I think, you
X
know,
happened, and then we get together in a group.
they're talking more.
We'll keep doing that, I'm sure. But
I don't actually, you know, yeah, you might be right,
or
Nicholas.
it's one of those things where you never feel like you've done enough. And you know.
Hey, let's talk about fintech. Since you first got into the
Ooh, this could have to do with Bitcoin coming up here.
really changed banking and financial services. How does the Fed regulate some of these new fintech companies that are really not subject under the traditional rules to your regulation? Are you worried about your inability to kind of control some of these companies that might have an enormous impact on the economy?
Yeah, I would say it this way. First of all, you know, innovation is a positive thing. It brings with it many potential benefits: greater financial inclusion, more efficiency, greater options. You know, technology can do terrific things. In the financial area, the key thing is that equal activities, the same activity should be regulated the same way, no matter where it is, what kind of business it's in. That's one thing. Another is it needs to be regulated in a way that gives consumers and users of that service the protections that they need, and
right,
so
Elliot?
Understand what the risks are, what they're doing, and that sort of thing. So I think with the growth of the non-bank financial players, we have some work to do to understand and deal with those challenges. In the meantime, we have the legal authority that we have over banks, really, also over some of the payment utilities, and we'll use that. But we don't have authority over many other companies that are now very much engaged in payments business and dealing with the public. And I think Congress is looking at the question of whether there's enough there, whether there's the sort of regulation and supervision that they need is really there.
Related to that would be cryptocurrencies, which is not quite fintech. Maybe some people might say it is, but cryptocurrencies have blossomed, mushroomed, depending on your observation of the size of it. It's hard to know exactly how big it is. Are you worried about the impact of cryptocurrencies in terms of the impact on the economy and the ability of people to use these things for nefarious purposes?
So a couple of things. We think of them more as crypto assets because crypto, what people call cryptocurrencies, they're really vehicles for speculation. No one is using them for payments, for example, like the dollar. What they're using them for is to speculate. It's a little bit like gold. For thousands of years, human beings have given gold this special value that it doesn't have from an industrial standpoint, but nonetheless, for thousands of years they've done that. So Bitcoin is much more like that. The cryptocurrencies are much more like that. They're not really being actively used as payments.
Let me ask you about your own balance sheet. I didn't really follow up before. What is the size of the Fed's balance sheet at this point?
You know, it's between $7.5 and $8 trillion total. That's it. I want to say 7.7, 7.8, something like that.
And so is that the highest it's ever been?
Yes, yeah, it is.
And under President Trump, a legislation was passed giving you more authority to, in effect, buy securities, buy bonds. Have you used all that authority, or has it been taken away? And do you need any more authority to do anything you want to do?
So what you're talking about is the CARES Act. We still have, CARES Act really gave us funding, which we needed, backstop funding to absorb any losses. We have the same authorities we've always had, but these are emergency authorities with a very high standard required for using them. It has to be unusual and exigent circumstances. Actually, what that means is it's an emergency, and regular way credit intermediation is just stopped.
Coin IPO is going to
That
happen
was the
in maybe
case
20
for
minutes, guys.
corporations and for states and municipalities, and we stepped in. We still have that
Oh,
authority.
a coin IPO might be happening any
We
minute
wouldn't
here.
have
So
been
I'm
able
starting
do
to
the
see.
things that we did.
Hold up. I'm starting to see some level 2 information. They're starting to tweak up the level 2. You guys get ready on coin. Have it set. I'm seeing 600, 375, 450, 480, 500. Somebody's willing to buy it at a 5,000, 2,000, 1,000. Their orders in. 800, 580, 375. Seems to be a lot. Seems to be a matching at 375. Right now, 375 seems to be the indicated open price. 375. Get ready on coin. The indicated matching is at 375, but we've got nutcases willing to pay 1,000. Oh, this is going to be really amazing. Wow, I got to free up some more money right before this opens. What can I get rid of here? I think that was to sell. Where did you see that? Are you looking? Yeah. Very interesting, right? Cool. That freed up another $1,000. All right, listen, we've got a couple opportunities we can take here on coin once it launches. And one is we can watch the 2-minute candles, and right out of the opening gate, whichever direction it takes in that 2-minute candle range by the end of the second 2-minute candle, so 4 minutes, that's the direction we take. That's one way you can go. However, that can eventually reverse on you, come on down, break down, and then eventually we're waiting for a 5-minute candle reversal like 30 minutes or 45 minutes later. So you could be screwed if that was your only day trade you could take that day. If you have no pattern day trading restrictions and you have an account over $25,000, you could do that. You could take that 2-minute trade and then just get out if it goes against you and take profits along the way, like a high frequency trader. And then wait to get back in on the 5-minute candle basis on the pullback bottom reversal. So there's going to be several different entries today. And your limitations, I'm not going to really consider those. Like you're going to have to decide, okay, do I want to take the risk of having very little information and just taking direction right out of the gate after 2 minutes? Or do I want to wait like 30 minutes or 45 minutes because all I have is one shot at this, and wait for a 5-minute bottom reversal like Evan's talking about. Or, you might be in the situation where you can do both, and you can do multiple things. You could be taking pullbacks because you have plenty of money and you have a day trading account filled up with money and capital, and you can play it like that. So that's up to you. That's up to you. I'm going to be giving signals. It's up to you not to take the ones that line up with however your freaking account is, okay? I'm going to be giving signals that I see. And it's up to you whether you take them or not. And none of them are guaranteed anything. Don't put that on me. This is for educational purposes only. I'm here to show you how to trade one of these like IPOs and when these signals come. You can learn. Taking trades yourself, that's up to you. I cannot assume responsibility for that. That's in your hands. So when these IPOs trade, they can typically run right out of the gate, but then immediately can fall back, right? So watch out. You may want to be in the situation where you can take some profits at incremental points. By the way, don't be an all or none person. Scale out and maybe even scale in. Maybe even scale in and scale out, okay? Trading is not an absolute thing. It's a probability spectrum. And when things go crazy nuts on you, that's when you take some profits. Do you take all your profits? No, because you're afraid that if you get all out, you might miss more, right? That doesn't mean you don't take profits. It means you take some. So, and keep some. This is not an absolute thing. It's a probability spectrum. When you get in a situation where you're losing money, de-risk some, take some off. If you think you don't want to take it all off, take some off, lessen your position. Okay. All right. Be careful. Yes. Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. Meyer. Yeah. Rig broke, pivot broke the 20 moving average. Like I said, if it breaks 360, that's not good. And it did do that. So rig, watch yourself. We're still getting matching positions on coin, indicating a 375 open. So if you have $3,750, you could buy 10 shares, right? And then let's say let's say it goes from 375 to 500, and you have 10 shares, right? And it went up $125. You made $1,120. So just because you have 10 shares, just because you have 5 shares, 3 shares, don't think that you can't make a lot of money. Okay, you can do good. And you can also lose a lot of money, but not really, not if you get out. If the thing is going against you, just get out. Okay. There's no reason to stay in something that's dropping. I don't know anyone who trades like that. I mean, yeah, amateurs do. I mean, and losers. If the thing goes down, get out right away. If you missed an opportunity, it's because you got in too soon. And if that was your only day trade on the day, just be happy that you cut your losses early, and then accept the fact that you don't have a lot of money, that you don't have a day trading account, that you couldn't get back in 20 minutes later when it started to go back up, and that you're just basically fucked in those situations. You have to accept your situation. You can't be upset about that. You're going to get what you get, but hey, here we go. Philip maybe says buy the dip, Oh, George, we're definitely going to be waiting for it to do something. We're not just buying at the open. Was anybody going to just buy at the open? I mean, why not wait a minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 4 minutes? and get some direction. See if the thing's going to drop precipitously. Don't have so much FOMO that you can't even guide your own trades, right? No, we're not going to be buying at the open. We're going to wait for it to show a number. So it is now indicating that it's going to trade, it's going to open at 377. So the price is going up more. And I am going to see if I can free up more money. Yeah, that's fine where I'm at. I have a bunch more money in the SPY puts, but I'm just going to leave those where they're at. So it will be what it will be. Indicating 379 now. A 379 open. All right, coin IPO coming up soon. Can you see my screen, my other screen, my high frequency trading screen? Level 2 is on the bottom right. Do you see that? That's level 2. It's I'm not going to explain that right now, but yeah. Let's see. How can I switch this over? Excuse me. Sorry to do that in your ear. All right, we are back to 375, an indicated open of 375.26. $375 seems to be settling around 375. They're probably going to open very soon because it's been going up and up and up and up, and now it's kind of pulling back a little bit. Yeah, can you see it now? Yeah, the bottom right, that's coin, and the level 2 is in that kind of rainbow area there. And during this matching period, you have the people who are interested in buying on the left and the people interested in selling on the right. And you can see at the bottom of the list on the left, it's usually on the top, but for IPO, it's inverted. The bottom of the list on the left is the price that's being matched to the price on the right, 376.25. That's called the indicated opening. Am I going all in? Well, with my available funds, yeah. And I will be doing that in a particular trading account that I don't have a ton of funds in. I have most of my money tied up in my reflation portfolio and my swing trades right now. So today I'm set up with only one day trade, but that's all right. I'm going to get in probably on the 5-minute candles. So that'll get me in at a very sensible point. But I will be alerting you to a 2-minute entry if I see it, if it sees like a quality entry. Well, I would if I had more available, but everything is still pretty allocated to things that I want to stay in. XLE has broken 2 pivots now, so XLE is like way out. I don't know, whoever was in XLE, you've been needing to get out for a while now. It's breaking all moving averages and pivots. 1, 2, 3 moving averages and 2 pivots. I mean, it's like been way out for a long time. Well, not a long time, for about 40 minutes now. Right, trading the coin IPO. Let's get this ready. Everybody on TikTok, I trade every day live in my trading community. Go ahead and click the link in my bio to join me now. You'll be dropped right into my group and be watching this in the 4K experience. Somebody says, I'm going to the bathroom. Coin better not set off my limit while I'm in there. It's like I'm thirsty. Like I want to get up and go grab a drink. I don't think it's going to open until 1. So I'm literally going to be right back. And besides, we're not going to have an entry until 2 minutes after. So, all right. Be right back. Got to grab some water. Okay, good. We're not open yet. Thank God. All right, I made myself a real quick poor man's turkey and cheese bagel sandwich here. I need something. All right, here we go. Here we go. It's coming up 5 minutes. Now, these things can be delayed. So it may not open in just 5 minutes. We shall see. Four minutes and 30 seconds. All right, possibly 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That is correct. 378. Now it's at 380. Three minutes. Yo, Playboy is popping right now. Whoa. Just went from 38.75 to 40. I literally just sold my Playboy in order to get this coin IPO. Can't believe that just started popping right now. That happened the other day too to one of our traders. Somebody asked 3 minutes to what? Coin, to the coin IPO. I'm actually using like all this money on my desk as a coaster for my coffee. It's pretty funny. So it's not so noisy when I put it down. When you have too much money, you can just like use it for, various purposes. It becomes more than money. It becomes shirts. It becomes, you can put on, your deodorant with it. All right. Okay. We've got potentially 1 minute and 30 seconds until coin trades. It's not always right on time, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it will be. Oh, Anthony, that's a bummer. Oh, you can't sell. Oh, well, you can still buy then. Wait for the dip. How bad could it get? I mean, if the thing goes up, if the thing's going to go up today, you buy on the 5 minute dip, 5 minute candle dip, you buy. So you just wait for me on that signal. Okay, 50 seconds. 50 seconds until the coin IPO, guys. Coinbase. Coin. COIN. Get ready. That's fine, Alex. That'll work. All right, here we go. Possibly we will be opening on time. Possibly not. 30 seconds. I've seen people willing to pay 600 in the order books here. 610, 600, 550. So upside does exist. People are going to be selling. Investors are going to be selling at some point as well. Everyone's going to be watching. Here we go. That was it. It did not start yet. Okay, so the 1 p.m. start time, we are now over by 15 seconds. Okay, this can go on for an hour. So let's see what happens here. We've got it also on the TV. Let's see. Change volume of big TV to 50%. Oh, I think I pulled away from it before I was able to finish. Change volume of big TV to 50%.
Okay.
And yet I hear nothing. Oh, because I probably muted it.
Innovation is always competed away, and their leadership will be
indicating price 380. Yeah, that's what I'm showing too. 380.
And take share from them. So the numbers don't make sense to me. So I'm out.
Well, the numbers that matter most right there. The indicated price of $380. That was off of a reference price of $250. You are looking at a valuation about $100 billion. It is a historic moment for cryptocurrency, no matter how you slice it. That does it for us. The exchange is next.
A historic moment for cryptocurrency. You heard it first.
Thank you very much, Scott. I am Dominic Chu here today. Here's what's ahead. A shiny new coin. We are awaiting, of course,
Coin IPO coming. This is going to be hot. Hottest IPO of the century.
Analysis coming up. Plus, with stocks at all-time highs, we've got names that Wall Street thinks are still good.
This is a big change. This is like being able to go back and buy a Leonardo da Vinci coin.
In a crypto-friendly direction. But first, let's get a check on the markets right now because we are at record highs yet again. So if you take a look at the overall picture right now, green on the screen very much so for the Dow Industrials up about 200 points, 0.5% gains there. The S&P 500, 41.46 the last trade there, up about 0.1%. These both get those gold stars because they both hit record highs in trading today. The NASDAQ composite lagging here just about 0.2% to the downside. Of course, we're watching what's happening with the cryptocurrency markets because of the Coinbase IPO. Bitcoin prices hit a record high today. We're not far from that level right now, 63,485 the last trade there. According to Coin Metrics over the last year, yes, that 800% gain. A lot of that's driving some of the sensitivity around those prices that Bitcoin could be trading at, and of course, what that leads to with Coinbase's valuation. And if you recall, some viewers who have been with us since the early morning hours in Squawk Box, we showed these stocks earlier in the pre-market trade: Tesla, MicroStrategy, Square, and Riot Blockchain. We showed them because they were all.
I don't think anybody's interested in texting you, Anthony.
These companies all own blockchain, or rather Bitcoin on their balance sheets.
We're all going to be, trying to focus as hard as we can. Like, oh, you're saying that,
now these stocks are all.
Do I have any spare focus I can give you? Fuck you.
Why? Because there's an effect that
come on, man. Let us make our money. I'm just being funny.
You can just do it through Coinbase, so perhaps some of the money comes.
Oh, my ear said, I'll do it. I'll text you from Australia.
We'll continue to watch and see if that trade.
I'll set aside 20% of my focus for you, Anthony, so you can go to the post office, because you can't wait until tomorrow to sell your eBay item.
Business to go public in America. The opening trade could happen at any moment at this point here. Leslie Picker joins me now.
Look, what you could do is you could put a market order in. The minute the market opens up, you buy at that price automatic.
$80 or thereabouts, which means close to a 100.
Oh, do you do flipping, Anthony?
With certain assumptions in place. Take us through the play-by-play so far and what you're seeing.
That's awesome. Yeah, my wife does that too.
It also means it surpassed the highest trade that this company had during the first quarter of the year, where it reached about $375 per share. So remarkable for a few reasons. Number one, everyone is kind of seeing this as a watershed moment for the crypto industry. Of course, $100 billion company debuting on the NASDAQ today, allowing basically anyone who wants to can invest in this company now and get indirect exposure to crypto. Of course, Coinbase is a company. They serve as an exchange. They allow people to buy and sell and store crypto. So you can kind of compare it to almost like a New York Stock Exchange.
It's been kind of cool because like all year I've been seeing like they put Bitcoin price down here in this area.
It's actually more.
Never seen CNBC do that.
Which is why some people are giving this company more of a premium on a multiple basis. That said, Dom, at $100 billion valuation, when you take the market caps of ICE, which is the parent company of NYSE, and combine it with the NASDAQ, you don't get $100 billion. So clearly there is a lot of excitement around this company and what it does operating in the crypto space. Now, on the flip side, it is expected to be inextricably linked.
Yeah, it's a nice full-time gig. My wife
so the number one risk factor in the perspective
makes a couple grand a month. That's pretty good for flipping, I would think.
Company when it's off to the races. We will be chatting about this even more next hour. We'll be interviewing Nelson Griggs, who is the president of the NASDAQ, where Coinbase is listed. Dom.
Leslie, it's interesting that you bring up some of the comparisons with regard to this type of company, which is obviously a very pioneering type one, I guess, right? The first public crypto exchange here in America. Carl Quintanilla tweeted out earlier this past hour that Goldman Sachs itself has a valuation, a market value right now of $117 billion. So you're talking about a company that's been around since 2012 that works in cryptocurrency that's now going to rival one of the most venerable investment banks in world history at this point. Is there any way that investors may be looking at this saying it's indicative of more bubblish type behavior? You cover SPACs, you cover private equity deals. What's your sense there?
Yeah, so I've been talking with investors just to get a sense of where their head is with this thing. It was a direct listing, so
Yeah.
unlike a traditional IPO process, there
Historic.
was no opening of the shares to institutional investors. There was no allocation to institutional investors. There was no price range by which to sell shares, and then an IPO price at that range. So the normal kind of fundamental analysis that goes on with a traditional IPO wasn't taking place on a roadshow per se. That said, trying to get a sense from institutions.
If you have the ability, because you have over $25,000 in your account, you have a margin account, you can go more than pattern day trading rule. If you have the ability, get some on the open, play on the dip, double down on the dip, double down on a breakout, buy some more on pullbacks. You see what I'm saying? You could get it all. Okay, you can play it all. Get some more in 30 minutes, et cetera, et cetera. So if you have a lot of money, a lot of capital in your account, you can day trade the hell out of this. All you could be just taking all different timed entries, and then getting, when things are doing well, you can be scaling some profit off, 10%, 20%, and then getting back in on a pullback and take off half, and then double down when it pulls back, et cetera, et cetera. So, you could be you could very skillfully trade this for the day, just depending.
Tracking all of that Coinbase trading. Now, this direct listing is a watershed moment, as Leslie pointed out, for cryptocurrency. Coinbase is nearly at that $100 billion valuation mark, more than triple that of the NASDAQ itself. For more now, let's bring in Bobby Cho, partner at CMS Holdings, also Emily Parker, the co-host of First Mover on CoinDesk TV. Bobby, Emily, thank you both for joining us here. I mean, Emily, let's talk a little bit about the macro environment that we're in right now. How did we get to a point where we are seeing $64,000 per token for Bitcoin? And then how is that translating into the investor enthusiasm for an offering like Coinbase?
Thanks so much for having me. Yes, they're definitely directly related. There are a lot of factors driving up the price of Bitcoin, but I think one of the main ones is institutional investment and institutional involvement. And ironically, even though Bitcoin started out as this rebellious currency that was supposed to be divorced from banks and governments and big institutions, a lot of what's driving Bitcoin up are these brand names. For example, PayPal letting people buy Bitcoin, or Tesla allowing people to pay with Bitcoin. And then you have a lot of these other big brand names getting into the acts, like Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, BNY Mellon. So I think that's a really big part of the story, that people are starting to see crypto as a more mainstream investment that is backed by big institutions.
All right, so Bobby, it was hard enough for anybody out there, even crypto experts we speak to tell us exactly how they can model out a value or a fundamental fair value for Bitcoin prices. If you take a look at the price action that we're seeing right now in Coinbase, indicated at the open with a nearly $100 billion valuation, would you be a buyer even at those levels?
I'm a buyer. Thanks for having me. I think for us at CMS, we look at it as a growth story. Obviously, Coinbase has been around since 2012. They've been growing thoroughly through that.
I think that, this is nothing but hot.
I mean, there is
like, this is going to be hot.
Story that is tied to Coinbase. Part of that.
I can't imagine anyone interested in doing something with coin that doesn't have a bullish outlook.
Traditional firms were going to come in and disrupt the crypto markets. But now firms like Coinbase, which are paving the way for other firms, are now looking for ways to disrupt traditional markets and traditional banking. And I think a core piece of that is
it is a historic day.
Base of 56 million people. I mean, that's more than some banks out there, and certainly more than some apps as well.
So Bobby, if I could follow up there, earlier today, I remember, because it was in our 5 a.m. hour during Worldwide Exchange, we had interviewed Santosh Rao, who's at Manhattan Venture Partners. They are an early investor at the venture stage for Coinbase. We asked him what he thought the fair market value of Coinbase should be. And as an investor in the company, he told us this morning he thought $98 billion. That was the value he saw there. Why should you pay more than that if the investors who are already there are saying that it's worth about $100 billion at this point?
I think it really depends on your time horizon when you apply some of these investments. I mean, the way that I sort of look at it is simply put in terms of comps and then different aspects of that. And one of those could be a company like PayPal, which is arguably 3.5 times bigger than Coinbase right now. I mean, it's not a question of why PayPal started to integrate more crypto products into their user base and product base, mainly because I think they see this idea that Coinbase could grow even bigger and start to eat into it if they haven't already eaten into sort of their products and their revenues.
Emily, you brought up the idea of this anti-institutional effect that was a driver behind much of the interest before. It was maybe a number of years back when we used to mention Bitcoin in the same sentence or phrase as arms dealers or drug dealers. I mean, television shows were writing into their scripts at that point about people taking it as payment for illicit goods and services. We've come a long way. This is now the institutionalization of the crypto world. What exactly does that mean then for the future trajectory of cryptocurrency and perhaps Coinbase in general?
Well, it depends on who you ask. I mean, I think most people right now in the crypto industry are pretty excited about this.
Yeah, I like TV, TV. So I'm in it for multiple days. I like that
this is a legit
trade.
thing. So now you have the SEC basically giving Coinbase the green light to list on NASDAQ. This is a huge deal. But at the same time, there are also crypto purists who I think, may resist this idea of
what studies do I use? Moving averages and FWAP.
More adoption of more decentralized finance, DeFi, decentralized exchanges that some would argue hold on more to the original ethos of crypto, which is, to get rid of the
Kevin on TV.
Do transactions more directly.
No, I don't know if I got it that far out. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I got the May 21 10 strike call on TV.
The 800-pound gorilla. Bobby, I'll turn to you here. We've talked so much about this idea that Bitcoin is the driver.
All right, coin is indicating 381 now.
Room for other
$381 a share opening trade.
Like Litecoin, like Ripple, perhaps in some worlds, like all these other altcoins that are out there. Is there a way that all of that ecosystem really feeds into the broader success story, possibly for a company like Coinbase?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I think if you look at it more as like an asset class versus some individualized token out there. Look, Bitcoin.
If coin can just expand into other coins and unlock further revenue streams. It's like Netflix was, when it started in the USA and then eventually it saturated the entire globe, every territory. Coin can start unlocking different asset classes, different coins, and that will just open up revenue streams. I mean, coin is going to be bigger. This is just the beginning. This is like getting in on Apple for $12 a share, pre-split.
Like that, and it's TBD to see kind of where that goes.
Emily, in a former life, you were part of the institution itself. You worked at the State Department for the U.S. government a while back, and now you're kind of like you're very much neck deep in this crypto market here. How big of a threat is the institutionalization in terms of the overall government side of things, the regulatory aspect, the crackdown that some governments have already made or may make in the future with regard to some of these types of products? With Coinbase itself, one of the big theses about this is that they are legitimizing it. They're asking for
everybody on TikTok. We're going to be trading coin any minute here. Feel free to click the link in my bio. Okay, and you can come join my trading group right now. I'd love to have you join me, and you can be watching this in 4K in our stream.
Handle the rise of crypto. And I'm not that worried about the United States. I think the countries to look at are, for example, India.
Looks like I have a lesson after hours today. And then Monday, I'm pretty much fully slotted out. Actually, I think there's one more slot on Monday. Tuesday, there's possibly a slot. And then Wednesday, Thursday next week are open.
However, governments can make it much more difficult for the average person.
So just private message me if you're interested in private lessons.
The main things to watch out for in the next months.
All right, so Bobby, as you look at Coinbase, this could be just the beginning. This is the first major crypto-related public offering in America. What do you see as the next iteration, or what's going to come next in terms of the company that goes public in this particular arena? Is it something with regard to digital wallets? Is it something with regard to other exchanges? What do you think is the next step here?
Yeah, that's a good point, and
I'm getting excited. How about you guys? I'm getting excited. Can't wait.
Shepard Smith's show, Kathy Wood was on there from Ark Invest. And I've known Kathy since
Maybe we make 5%, maybe we make 10%, maybe we make 50%.
And digital wallet.
Whatever it is, it's interesting to be part of this day in history.
A company like
Even if we lose 3%.
It would be the native home.
Let's go. Come on. We're indicating $381.61 per share.
You know, but what you guys talk about almost daily now, such as NFTs or other types of digital forms of just products out there.
Mayer says, I'm so excited. I actually started to sweat. I had to take off my clothes off to cool down. Laughed my ass off. History in the making today.
And so
that's hilarious.
The next in line, much like what Coinbase did, was pave the way for a lot of crypto companies.
Come on. It could be a spectacular fail and just drop. But don't worry, there will be a bottom, and I will do my best with my experience to call the bottom. And if I'm wrong, we'll get in at the next bottom.
Names out there that investors can buy.
We'll do the best we can do. We're bringing as much experience as we can to the table here. We're going to do the best we can.
On the verge of a more crypto-friendly Washington, D.C. We touched that conversation just this last hour. And we're still waiting for
Coin IPO. Come on, baby.
Now, just for your information, is $380.
I have my Stream Deck ready to go here. All my buttons. All right. Any minute now. $382 per share expected opening price. Woohoo! This is going to be awesome. $382 per share. It's good to have a high frequency trading setup in situations like this with the level 2 information. I mean, you really, you can see how something like that is worth the money. Less than $200 a month to have level 2 high frequency direct access routing, sub millisecond order execution feeds going on. And like I say, it's like being Quicksilver. You see everything seconds before everyone else does because you're just so tapped in with the high speed feed and execution platform. With a high frequency trading platform, you can be in and out and in and out and in and out of a trade 3 times in less than a second before anyone else has even started to place their order because they saw something. That's how fast you can be. It's just like Quicksilver from, what is that? Marvel, from the comic books, Quicksilver. So it's like, right? And then you're over there placing your order. You're going like this. Meanwhile, Quicksilver's going, and you're getting ready. I'm going to push the button. In the meantime, you've made so much money. That's what it's like. That's what it's like having a high frequency trading setup. You can absolutely kill it. How to join the Discord? It's right there, right in my bio. Click my link. Go to my profile and click the link in my bio that says Discord. Take you right in, and you can come and join our Zoom 4K right now. You'll have less delay as well. Come on in. Coin IPO coming on up any second here. We are waiting. Maybe they're going to do a 1:30 start time. That means 9 minutes, but we do not know. It could be literally any second here. We have an indication on the level 2 that is going to be at $382. It's going to show up here when it starts trading. But you can come join me and trade every day. Just go ahead and click the link in my bio. Believe it or not, Kevin, I use TD Ameritrade. There's a way to do it, to turn on direct access routing and to connect the high frequency trading system up to it. So I'm running Thinkorswim and my high frequency trading direct access platform connected, integrated together. That's a very specialized add-on. So, probably would be best if you wanted to get into something like that to do a consultation with me. I can help, a one-on-one. I can help you figure out if you want to go that route. And if it's best for you. And if not, then we just turn the lesson, that one-on-one, like within 10 minutes, we just turn it a different way and we do what's going to be best for you for the remaining amount of time. Can't hurt. Yep. Who has the link to my Calendly? Just post it again. Somebody had the link to my Calendly and the copy paste. If you don't mind, just copy paste it right there again. That was very nice of you before. All right, coin IPO coming on up. $382 is the opening price to begin trading any second now. Yep, Coinbase, coin, COIN. The IPO to happen any second now. Awaiting the first trade.
Despite Coinbase making the majority of its revenue on trading fees, those growth expectations really bake in that this is going to continue to grow along with the crypto economy. Analysts do expect a lot of volatility in the meantime. As one analyst put it, the value of Coinbase, which is now looking like $100 billion, suggests that there is plenty of opportunity left in cryptocurrency. He says the IPO is really the end of the beginning for crypto and the start of the next phase of adoption. So that next phase, Dom, that is what they call decentralized finance, or DeFi. Bitcoin bulls talk about this
decentralized finance, DeFi,
and marking the future of the digital economy. But of course, there are plenty of questions and a lot of headwinds. The big one, Bitcoin prices. The company has said that its revenue is pretty much correlated to crypto and to trading volume. Regulation is another big one.
All right, coin's going to start trading any second here.
Don, back to you.
Kate, I mean, you mentioned Bitcoin so many times during that conversation.
Cheers from Austin, Texas.
Now. How much are you hearing from the folks that you chat with, the investors you talk to, the crypto industry folks, about how important the other parts of the digital asset space could become? I'm thinking like Ethereum. I mean, that's at record highs as well. That thing is just climbing and climbing. There's also many
starting price is going to be $382 per share, but there are orders all the way up the ladder to 500, 600. The price could go way up. If you can only afford 3 shares and the thing goes up 100 points, that's $300. Okay, so don't feel bad if you can only afford a few shares. Go for it, man.
Things like stocks being tokenized and the whole economy essentially moving to blockchain. That is the ideal scenario for these guys. So there's so much excitement around what could be. A lot of these things are very early stage.
Coin, really? Awesome.
A lot of new Bitcoin
absolutely
millionaires, potentially billionaires today. They'll probably take some of that money and some of that windfall invested into early stage companies.
Wayne says, I just had a eureka moment with options. Evan, your lessons are making my brain work even when I am not trying. I am going to be losing less money now. Totally. I totally understand. That's so awesome. All right.
That we're going to anticipate right
Good
now.
luck, everyone, says Zoom user.
We've seen so far in a long time. But can you
whatever I buy, I'm going to have to hold overnight. Okay, so Faraz, if that's the case and you know that, you definitely want to be taking the 5-minute dip strategy. Do not be getting it on a run. You're going to have to wait for either an opening dip or a pullback from that run, and it's going to have to be using the 5-minute candles. I'll guide you through that.
The retail investor and the early crypto investor.
Realize, what are you? Are you going to be getting in on the 5-minute candles? Are you going to be getting in on the 2-minute candle trades? Are you going to be taking direction on off the 2-minute? Oh, here it go. It's opened. We're opening. We're trading. It's happening. Here it is. We opened at 381, and the current price is running 388, 390. It's going up, 391. Whoo! A lot of volume starting to come in. All right, we're back to 386. Look, there's a pullback, 385. This is happening. This is happening. They're still talking about it awaiting Coinbase first trade. No, sir. We are trading already. All right, at 394, that will be the 2-minute breakout. 394 will be the 2-minute breakout. Currently, we're at 390, 391. We're going hyper fast here. 393, 394. There it is. If you're a 2-minute trader, 2-minute candle, you want to take the opening range. You want to get that breakout. It's almost there. Well, we got a lot of orders. 394. It's about clean out. Here it's going to pop. Ooh, there it is. No. Oh, we almost cleaned through 394. There's still a few orders left on the books. I can see them dwindling. 394. A lot of orders at 394. So that's institutional, supposedly. Okay. Oh, we're running out. We're eating through 394. Get ready for that pop. There's a lot of interest here. 395. There it is. There's the pop. Boom. 395. All right. There were more orders at 395. So we're getting resistance at every one of these levels. We hit 397. If you have a high frequency trading setup, get some profits at these little points. We're running right out of the gate. Started at 380. We're now at 394. We hit 397. Coinbase running fast. Check this out on the level 2. You guys who are not clicking through, you will be want to see in the level 2 on this. It's pretty impressive. I'll keep that up like that so you can see that. The level 2 going insane. $399. We're about to hit 400 starting at 380. Who already nibbled some? Who's got some? Who's got some shares off the open? Coin IPO, going bananas. Awesome, everybody, wonderful, way to go. We're still going up. There's always these pullbacks at these key psychological levels, okay? 400, we just broke through. 402, 404, 405. Woo! Wow, this has a lot of momentum. I could see 450 in my head. What about you guys? I can see 450 coming. I think everyone else can too. I'm going to probably have to get in on one of these pullbacks. Oh, we're actually breaking down. So we could be creating a little bit of a trend here. Oh, 405. All right, we're about to break new highs. 405.05. 404.92. We are right about to break new highs. $405. We're running through sell orders. They're being bought up. They're being bought up. I'm not seeing much red on the tape at all. It's all green. It's all green. The buying interest, the FOMO is insane. There's a ton of buying interest. All right, we're going to take a pause, it looks like. We're pulling back to about the 400 level. Coin IPO, incredible. You guys click the link in my bio if you want to come see this in 4K at high speed. 30 frames per second. 410 now. Go click the link in my bio, come into our group and join this Zoom. This is incredible. 410. From 380 to 410. There's a 30-point gain already. You had 10 shares, you're up $300. Who's got the most shares? Let's hear anybody who's got more than 10 shares. Somebody's got 12, 5, 3, 7, 11, 10, 2, nibbled a couple at 399, 3, 100. Oh, bullshit, Nikki. 50, Kaha, Paul, 8, iPad 10. But you can dream, right? Dude, Nikki, if you have 100 shares, we're going to go to Fiji this weekend. Holy shit. 15. Sure. All right, 415. We're now slamming 415. Yeah, Fiji is close to me. I can visit for drinks. Awesome. Oh, where are you? So Mayur, is that the something to do with maybe Malaysia or something? Is a similar name? Fantastic. 415 happening right now. Yep. Hawaii. We're going to Hawaii. We're going to Hawaii. We're going to Fiji. Now, this is a Fiji trade right here. Faraz is thinking, God damn it. Faraz, don't worry. I'm in the same boat as you, okay? We're going to wait for that 5-minute candle. Don't worry. Jesse, what was that? Okay, let me mute that. 0.11 shares, baby, at the open. 0.11 or 11? Okay. Oh, you got 11 at the open? Good job. You're a good degenerate gambler. All right, everybody on TikTok, click the link in my bio. Come join me. I trade every day. We're trading the coin IPO right now. Come join me, and you'll be able to be with me right now with very, very little delay. $420. Nice. I'm not seeing when the institutionals are going to dump their shares, when the original investors are going to dump their shares. I think I'm going to have to get in soon too, unfortunately. A little bit late. 421. This just keeps going. I'm going to have to start putting my order in. There we go. All right, I'm with you guys. I was going to have to wait for the 5-minute candle. Doesn't look like it's going to come. I mean, it just does not look like it's going to come. But if I've learned my lesson in life many times before, what I just did was a dumb thing, which is get in way late. Hopefully you guys got in really early because this has really been running. Oh, he really only has 0.11 shares? Hey, all right, Faraz, way to go. Oh, I think I can like zoom in. Let me see if I can get this to kind of pan down a little bit more. Maybe we can get it to zoom in for you guys. I have to put it on top of something. Let's see. All right, that's at least a little bit more zoomed in. Get a little more isometric for you. All right, we're hitting 429. 5-minute candle is just looking outstanding for the run. What percent are you guys up? Setting the trailing stop loss at 4 once it crosses 430. Oh, we have our first pullback. So short-term traders deciding, all right, that's enough. I've been in for 10 minutes. I'm going to start taking some profits. That's going to alert the other short-term traders. Okay, we're pulling back. So we have our first pullback moment here. Exactly when I got in, of course. So exactly. So I told you, not a good idea to get in late. Coin, C-O-I-N. Trading like crazy.
Start to evolve, at least in, say, the next 6 to 12 months? Does this give at least some kind of a push for some of the companies out there to expand their marketing efforts, their client acquisition efforts, because they've seen what
I need like a little bit more on this leg of this tripod, so I think this ought to do it. Something right around there.
what happened with Coinbase.
I'm telling you, there's so many uses for
A lot of
money.
companies, I think, probably realize that is an extremely profitable business. We also got some numbers from Robinhood. They now have about 9.5
Yep, that's like
million
exactly how
people
much I needed to prop that
They're
up.
adding about 3 million people per month, which is huge compared to what they were seeing last year. There are people kind of quietly nipping at the heels of Coinbase. The backers of Coinbase, any Bitcoin bull would tell you they've got a first mover advantage. They have things like security that people go to.
All right, so this is the first pullback.
For those reasons, and that there are
Let's see what happens with
trying
it.
to do the same thing. They might not be able to.
This is your time if you have more capital
So they're not building
to add on, but not yet.
from scratch. So there's that.
You want to wait and see if a 2-minute candle can break over a red minute candle
Like you mentioned,
or a 5-minute
the
candle.
idea that somebody can come in, potentially subsidize this, offer trading for free, and get more customers, kind of eat into Coinbase's margins. We might see the same thing play out that we saw with the brokerage firms a couple of years ago. That's a huge risk, especially when Coinbase is making more than 90% of its revenue on trading fees alone. But I think the onus is on them to diversify, move into more institutional trading, and play up some of those other sides of the business.
It's a new frontier for sure. We want to thank, first of all, our panel.
This is what I'm talking about taking the 2-minute trade. It doesn't last all day. You got to be taking your profits along the way.
The rest of the day here and beyond on this big moment here for the crypto world. Thank you very much, guys.
Yep, loading up more. Max says he's going to load up some more. Good idea. Not necessarily now. Give it some time. Watch the 1-minute candles, watch the 2-minute candles until any candle starts to go over a previous candle. We're still dropping. Okay, so imagine that.
It's a 13-hour flight.
We are day trading the hell out of this coin IPO. All right, we're starting to get a green candle on the 2-minute chart. Let me take a quick look at the 1-minute. All right, so on the 1-minute, we're looking for a break right over 400. 400 might signify potential end of that pullback if it'll push over 400. There's 400. An even stronger reversal moment will be on the 2-minute candles at 410. 410 would signify a much stronger reversal. All right, Ryan got out for profit. All right, awesome. Buying more. Okay, good job. Is it a good long-term investment? Maybe not at this price. I think, you start day trading this today, and then in a couple of weeks, get in at a much lower price if it exists at that time. Give it a couple of days to shape up and form something. All right, there's that break over 400. So that's going to give a little momentum. The real question is, can it get over 410? If it can get over 410, then you're good for having bought some more on that pullback. If it can't, then the next stop is going to be the break of the open and a drop. So depending on where you're at, you might de-risk some if you don't want to experience a great loss. De-risk a little bit or buy more if this starts to go in the right direction. If, for example, price were to break 390, that would not be good for the downside if it breaks 390 to the downside. Everybody on TikTok, make sure you click the link in my bio to come right into this live trading session and watch in full screen at full speed with very little delay. I'm inviting you in to join my group. We are day trading coin. How's everybody doing? All right, got out with profit, waiting to get that pullback. Yep. All right, in the meantime, SPY is dropping, so that's great for our SPY puts. All right, on the 2-minute candle basis, now we have it breaking over the previous candle's high. This is good. This is a sign of at least some bullish momentum to the upside. So, was that a pullback, and are we going to go run towards 430 and break free? Or Are we now going to enter a downtrend and break 380, the opening price, and then have to wait 30 minutes, 45 minutes for a bottom reversal? It's all good. It's all good. I'd love a bottom reversal. We could get in at, who knows, 365, something like that, for a run back up to 450. Coin to the moon. All right, here comes some pullback on coin. It was not able to follow through, so de-risk. No follow through means gonna fall, gonna drop. So be prepared to buy some more in a little bit here, but go ahead and de-risk some of your position, if not all or half, whatever you want to do, however you want to manage your trade. We're currently pulling back, going sideways, not pushing. We're not pushing up. This is going to start to cause some fear and panic in everyone who has been investing in coin for the last years, who works at the company, investors. And if the price were to drop, for example, they're going to say, oh, that's it. I want, people who wanted to get out at the opening today, and they don't want to risk holding for some reason, whatever, they've been in it long enough already, they're going to be trying to sell. So that's who we're up against. It's us versus them. Cool. I'm really excited to have you guys all trading with us today. We have a couple hundred more slots in the Zoom that we can fill up. So you're welcome to come join our Zoom right now. Just click the link in my bio and you'll come on through. You can find the Zoom link. Come join us right in there. It's very little delay, high speed, and 4K. All right, Mac. Yeah, that's the way it can go. All right, right now, coin going sideways. Ooh, coin IPO, really exciting. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is that a pullback, and is it going to break and run more? Or are we going to have a drop, and then we're going to have a much better entry in 20, 30 minutes from now? We have 2 hours and 15 minutes on the market left. So we have a lot of time to see where this is going to go. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in today. Don't forget to follow me. Very easy to do. I trade live every day. All right. Thanks for following me. Thank you, everybody you did. Thank you very much. Love it. Going to be seeing more of you. All right. So we're sort of hanging out at this key psychological level of 400, not able to break it. It looks like we're probably breaking down to the downside in my experience. We will probably see it crack 390 soon to the downside. If we don't, great. I'm happy to see this blast off. But if we do, that's probably in my experience what's going to happen here. In just a moment. We're at 391, and that's only going to get you a better entry, a better price for entry. Yeah, in the meantime, Bitcoin is dropping. It's down to 63,000. Oh, so low. If Bitcoin hits 56,000, buy. That's the next buy point on Bitcoin for me. in my analysis is 56,000. That's the next time to get into Bitcoin to add on to your position. I have Ethereum, Bitcoin, I think Litecoin, and SafeMoon, and would like to have gotten into XRP. Just didn't have the funds transferred over and everything. You know how difficult that can be in crypto. No XRP. No. Sad about it too, because I really do like XRP. No Doge. No. Not at this time. I've been in and out of Doge. AI. Where's AI? Okay, AI. But I'm in AI for a while, Israel. It basically triggered a reversal today for a swing trade to go for a couple weeks. So I'm still happy with AI, but if on a day trade basis, yeah, you should have been out at 71.5, maybe even earlier, 72. Can you trade high frequency outside of the US? Yes. However, you might not get like a commission-free kind of brokerage setup, and you might be subject to a lot of fees that you can't overcome unless you have $100,000 or a $200,000 account. Okay, so it's something to think about. At some of those places with a high frequency trading account, you can spend $1,000 or $2,000 easily per day in just commissions and fees. You bought it for the long run too. Okay, good. It's making the whole day go crazy. Yeah, my that's a pretty crazy stuff. All right. Well, it looks like coin is at a stalemate right now, right at about 400, more like 398. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're trading coin IPO right now, and we're day trading it. And don't forget to follow me. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to hanging out with you more. I day trade live every day. Just click the link in my bio to join me. What's your buy level for this afternoon if I'm not in yet? Alex, are you talking about coin? I'm basically watching the chart at this point, and we're day trading it. So, right now there is not a buy level formed. There was a buy at the open at 393 when the 2-minute candle broke the 2-minute opening range. That ran up to 430, and hopefully my high frequency traders were taking profits along the way and got out when it broke underneath the 2-minute candles or the 5-minute. And at this point, we are now pulling back. There it is. There's the break of 390. That's what I was talking about. Boom. Look at that. Just dropped to the downside. See how important that level of 390 I kept talking about is? And it's just cracking to the downside now. Probably we're going to see it race to the opening price of 380 in my experience. And now we're going to see it go red on the day. So that's going to start to bring in a lot of selling pressure, some panic, and that'll help find a bottom though. And at some point here on the 5-minute candles, we'll find a 5-minute candle bottom reversal. I don't know where that's going to be. It could be 350, 360, 340, 370. Could be nearby, 380. We'll see. Stocks. What do you think about, nobody is reading the, what do you think about investing in what? In sports betting. Okay. You guys are having some very interesting conversations. Binance is listing coin in their platform. That's hilarious. Okay, Sukhvir. All right. Thanks for tuning in. All right. See you later. Yeah, at the moment I'm holding down 7%. So that's well within my risk range. And I can add on more. Thank you, Israel. So sideways, yeah. But to note, that's a gentle sideways move, other than that quick little cliff wall that was up there. Don't forget to click the link in my bio. That'll take you right into our trading room. Sideways feels like a good time to buy more. It does. It does. If you have more capital, you can be taking some nibbles. Just depends on how that affects your day trade ability. Options will become available on Monday or Tuesday on coin. At that point, you could swap out your shares for options and then leave your position running however you see fit. You can day trade this. You can leave some hanging as an investment. You can auto correct your investment on Monday, Tuesday by getting options in the opposite direction, and tweak out. You can you have a lot of risk management possibilities here. All right, we're at 385. The opening price was 381 effectively. So it seems to be marching down to the open, like I said, and it's going to crack the open and go red on the day. In fact, here it comes almost right now. I'm getting a pretty mixed tape. Red and green, red and green, red and green. As all these shares change hands, there's been 37 million shares traded at 384, or an average swap price of 397 actually. So 37 million. Where's my calculator? There it is. Times 397. So we've already traded $15 billion. Wow. God damn. That's awesome, Thunderman. All right, some people will think of the open as a good price because it's like a second chance to get in at the lowest price. However, I think that's inexperienced thinking. I think that when we get close to the open, after a little bit of bounce from those kinds of people, we will actually see it break through the open and go red for, could be half an hour, could be an hour, could be 15 minutes. We'll see. Catch me up, please. We're talking about coin, COIN. We are day trading the coin IPO right now. What's your setup that I use? Thinkorswim and DOS Trader, high frequency trading. We also do day swinging, options trading, swing trading, and we're doing reflation investing as well, while the economy reflates. Can you trade coin on Coinbase? No, I don't think you can actually. That's it's not a stock trading platform. Damn, I pay more attention to this Zoom than I do my classes, and I have a midterm in an hour. That's great, Alex. Do I have Square long term? Not at the moment, but I should take a look at it. Let me see. We're having a continued good day in Deer, D-E, Deer, right, Faraz? Right, members? Square is pretty volatile right now and toppy. Yeah, I would probably want to wait until about 230 to get into Square. $230. You dumped all your crypto this morning and took profits leading up to this in case it flopped. We'll get back in all my positions once things settle. Okay, Cam. Okay, here we go. We're now red on the day. We just broke low. 378. We just dropped $2 from the open. So this is typical. This is the now entering the red phase of the day on this IPO. I'm not sure how I feel about selling Doge yet, because I think it has some potential with Elon saying he is going to put a literally Dogecoin on the moon. Okay, that's hilarious. My dad bought Deer in the $20 range. I wasn't even born. That's awesome. All right, hoping for a big dip before I go back in. Yeah, and we will know when, because we will follow that on the 5-minute candles, the ones on the left here, on the upper left of my on the left side of my right high frequency trading screen there. Tesla breaking down. Looks like it's about to break a new low on Tesla. The market with a huge drop. What's up with SPY? The market, huge drop. What's happening? Is this the drop that we've been waiting for? We've been buying all these puts up, and we're about to get paid. The market just took a huge drop in tech across the whole market. Yo, what's up? Yeah, there must be some major news. I'm not seeing the breaking news anywhere. Some major news going on in the market. Huge drop right there. Is it just some kind of a quick scare, or is it something that's going to be sustained? Because I'm ready. I'm ready to buy puts at 410. What's the level? We want to get more puts when SPY breaks yesterday's low. Let's take a look. We are almost there. We are maybe about to get our dreams come true today. $411.12. Okay, so at 411.12 on SPY, if SPY breaks 411.12, we load up on more puts. All right, everybody, welcome to the coin day trading experience. This is going interesting, and we're also getting puts on SPY, getting some return on our puts on SPY, and we'll get more puts on SPY. Look at that. Remember we were in Apple for downside hedge, just dropping like a ton of bricks. I know we cut at 133.30, but it just goes to show that was the correct hedge, and same with Tesla. MSTR also pounding down now. LFMD, rig, you're all out of rig. XLK, dropping, ton of bricks. Should I sell my Tesla then buy at the new low? Of course. Absolutely. Nice to have you all here with me, everybody live on TikTok. Don't forget to follow me. Don't forget to click through with the link in my bio, because then you can come right in right now into our live trading group and you'll be able to see us day trading coin live with very little delay in 4K at high speed. Man, that sucks, Sergio, and that's also kind of cool. Dogecoin, literally going to go to the moon. He already sent a Tesla to Saturn, so why can't he get a Dogecoin to the moon? No, everything dumped. I don't know what the news was. Yeah, they're not really saying it right now. Let me see what we got going on here. The market, and it's a huge jump back there.
Value this thing at with really old school companies, truly amazing. Meantime, these bank earnings also mind-boggling. How mind-boggling is it? I'll give you an idea. Goldman Sachs reported earnings were 80% above what the analysts thought. The analysts were nowhere even close to getting the numbers right. JP Morgan's was 40%, 48% above where the analysts were thinking. Wells Fargo was 50%. How did they get the numbers so wrong? The trading profits were off the charts. The numbers, the profits for trading, for example, fixed income and equities were just off the chart. Wait a minute, things were so great. How come the stocks aren't doing much at all? I think there were two major problems here. First, the important thing is investors care about things like loan growth and fixed income. And those numbers were good, but not as amazing. They don't care as much about trading profits and things like that.
Everybody's printing on SPY. You like it? You like it?
There were a lot of companies also had significant loan losses.
You guys are, we got our catalyst.
I think that's also.
I don't know what it is, but we got it.
We'll see what's going on with the rest of the sectors when other stocks start reporting in the next few days. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we have a busy next few days. Speaking of that, Bob Pisani, thank you. Let's go over to Rick Santelli in Chicago for a look at the headlines that are coming out of the Beige Book. Rick.
Beige Book.
Yes, well, my favorite is that the U.S. economy accelerated to a modest pace. I think that really sums up the Fed. You know, there's a lot of activity going on, but it's just not quite enough. And we know that there's certain parts of the economy that aren't open, whether it's, for a variety of reasons. Some states are fully open, some aren't. But manufacturing still managed to grow a bit, even with supply chain issues. These are some of the headlines. We've seen some pricing issues, of course, speaking about inflation, and they don't suspect any increases in rates till 2022. And he said that a lot. As a matter of fact, one thing he reiterated today when he was speaking, Chairman Powell, is that he doesn't think, based on dot plots at the last March meeting, that there's really any chance that the members believe there's going to be anything going on with rates till 2024.
Yeah,
I don't know
come
if you
on.
can possibly see that far into their crystal ball, but that's what they're saying. Now,
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
A week to date of 10, you can clearly see yesterday was quite important. We held at 160, important technical level, and we moved a bit higher. Part of that, of course, the test of that was a good 30-year auction. Look at a month to date. Month to date, we're not doing all that great this month, and when you contrast it for what's going on in Boone yields look to close at the highest level since the 25th of
All right, we're waiting for a 5-minute candle reversal, bottom reversal on coin.
The reasoning there, it's because the euro currency
for next entry.
The best level
there is currently one, but it's not the one that I'm looking for.
Rick Santelli, thank you. Let's
I'm
get
looking
to
for a
Steve
more
Easter
powerful
now
one.
for all of the details from the Fed's Beige Book. Steve.
Yes, let me fill in Rick's excellent report there. This is a Beige Book that is more bullish than the headline number, but has a, whiff, stench, just an odor of inflation to it. Let me get to the details. As Rick said, the economy accelerated at a moderate pace. Consumer spending strengthened with a pickup in leisure and hospitality, travel, and that all came from easing of pandemic.
That's what I told you guys, travel.
Including that greater
He
vaccination.
had like 3 words on travel, but that instantly sounded good for travel.
Right there. Auto sales grew. Inventories, though, were restrained by the chip shortage.
You sold 50% of your Dogecoin at 0.79 and got into Cardano.
Supply chain.
Do you think that's a good move?
Employment growth picked up. More on that in a second. Job growth was strongest in manufacturing,
yes,
construction, and leisure and hospitality. One of the
I think that's like roughly a perfect move. Yes, I like that.
The pandemic. Hiring remained a widespread challenge, especially for low-wage workers, according to the Beige Book. Wage growth accelerated slightly overall. There was a comment in there that employment expectations were bullish as well. Prices, something followed closely by the Fed, accelerated slightly. Input costs rose across the board. And let me give you one more here that I just read before we came on, and that was that prices overall.
Who wishes they've loaded up on more SPY puts now?
Of selling prices, not at the pace of input costs. I will tell you guys a very quick search. Find that the word disruption, which appeared for the first time as in supply disruptions, appears 22 times in the Beige Book this month.
All right, Steve, thanks.
George raises his hand.
The Beige Book, but right now we want to bring in our panel. John Lynch is the CIO with Comerica Wealth Management.
I mean, it's historic.
The head of U.S. Economics at Bank of America Global Research. Both of you, thank you so much for being here. I know you're just looking through the Beige Book right now. Michelle, if you don't mind, let's start with you. Let's touch on something that Steve actually just talked about, input costs. What are you seeing in the Beige Book so far and how companies are handling that? Are they raising prices or are they?
All right, so coin is still dropping to 365, like I said. I don't know if it's going to be at 340 or 350 where we see the bottom reversal, but I'm going to let you know when it happens, and then you can buy.
Side of the economy where you have these types of supply chain disruptions and where you've had a lot of demand in the last year, which has created these types of imbalances for those types of items. Now, when you think about what happens with those input costs,
moments like this are exactly why you want to have a nice balanced, hedged portfolio on the day. And then when SPY drops, it just adds fuel to your puts. A lot of things are dropping like a ton of bricks. You can grab puts on Tesla. You can grab puts on Apple. That MSTR, that thing's just paying out like a jackpot for puts. XLK puts, SPY puts, we already got a bunch of them. And maybe you already got some VIX calls as insurance in your portfolio. Those are going up now too. LFMD continuing to make new lows. Where's my mouse? Oh, there we go. So all your puts bets should really be paying off now. I mean, everything's dropping like a ton of bricks. Here comes 411.20. That's the point in which I was going to buy some more SPY puts. 411.12. 411.12. So basically, if we break 411 SPY, I'm going to add to my SPY puts. That's what my pledge is. Every time that SPY breaks a previous day's low of these last 13 days of run in price that it's been on, historic 50-year run, I'm going to add puts. All right, we are still waiting for a green 5-minute candle to break over the top of a red 5-minute candle. Pure and simple. That's the trading rule. Hasn't happened yet. That will potentially be a sign of a bottom reversal. It depends. I'm going to use some of my experience and my wisdom to make sure of it. We will see. Okay, man. Well, click the link in my bio and join my training group. And little by little, you're going to learn more about puts and calls and options. I'd be very happy to help you through the beginning of your journey on that. Okay, it looks like SPY is bouncing off the bottom right now. What expiration on what? I'm not sure what you're trying to get into, Meyer. Oh, if you're talking about SPY, that's like a 2-week play, 2-3 week play to revert back to like 397. Juan, it really depends, but 5-minute candles can be, yeah. Jonathan, that's just called confirmation of momentum. It's a momentum reversal when that happens. Right now, we're waiting for price to break over 380, for example. If price on coin breaks over 380, that will be a sign of a potential confirmation of a bottom reversal on coin. It doesn't mean that it's 100% sure, but it's a good sign. And it usually does work out. But sometimes it doesn't. And by sometimes, I don't mean rarely. I mean like literally like 1 out of 3 times it doesn't. And 2 out of 3 times it does. So you can't just be an all or nothing dude. You need to be able to be willing to lose a little bit of money when you're wrong so that you can make a lot of money when you're right. And so far, we haven't been able to do that. So coin is still pulling back. It's waiting to find its bottom. And even when it does, it's going to have to move all the way back through and up and over VWAP. To sell or play the long bet. You can be inching in. You don't have to be all or nothing. You can be inching in. You can be taking little nibbles. Except if you have pattern day trading rule, working against you. All right, I'm still waiting for the bottom reversal to be put in here. Zomedica, it's been on it's just been bleeding for like a long time. So my thoughts are, currently make money on the downside. And if anything changes on that company, great. And then you can get on for some upside. Coinbase, we're just going to day trade it today, see where it lands. And then over the next few days or weeks, we're going to see if it attempts to just continue to go red and bottom. And at some point, we're going to get a daily signal that we've hit bottom and are going up, and we'll be able to take a swing trade on it at that point. Monday or Tuesday, the options will be ready. Yes, Diego. Yes, you could get a option called a put. They can be really cheap, like $50, and you can make $500, $1,000. Just depends on how much the thing tanks. What if the put doesn't tank? Well, like if you paid $50 for that, you could lose as much as all of that $50. But if you knew that it wasn't doing what you expected it to do sooner than that, you could get out for a 20% loss or a 50% loss. So you could, preserve $25, $30. But some options are thousands of dollars on the more expensive companies. Or if you want more time, you have to choose an expiration. What are options? Options are basically like renting stock. Okay, that's what it is. Like plain and simple. It's the easiest way to explain it. Options are like a contract for you to rent stock from a certain price, either down or up. So from a certain price down, or from a certain price up. Those are called calls or puts, and for a certain amount of time, like a week or a month or 3 months, and of course, if you're going to get a Ferrari for 3 months, it's going to cost more to rent it for 3 months than it is for a week. That's it. It's simple as that. Options allow you to rent stock, so you don't have to buy the whole goddamn thing. And then you get to rent it back to somebody else. You can trade it back the same day. You can day trade them. You can give it to anybody else who wants to rent that stock. You just give it right back over to somebody else who's interested. Probably you need to wait a few days to hold, start holding on coin. But by the way, it looks like we are bottoming. We are showing signs of a bottom on coin right now. So that's decent. I'm not necessarily seeing a strong feeling of bottom reversal. In other words, I haven't seen a price reject really bullishly. We've only just reached a certain level now where it's kind of softened up, right? That's not the same to me as a feeling of a bottom reversal. Do you guys get that? Like, if you could understand what I mean, what I'm saying there, you can absorb a lot of experience that I have. I'm trying to explain it to you is that a bottom reversal should contain a strong rejection of downside price. And right now on coin, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing a strong rejection of downside price. We're only seeing it just basically softly hang out down there. That's not even that's nothing strong. So that's not quite the reversal that we're looking for yet. However, it could happen because what could happen is FOMO could just start to kick in. The price could start to appreciate. People are going, oh my gosh, it's getting away from me. And they start buying into it. And then that pops one of the 5-minute red candles. And now all of a sudden that's created extra momentum. And that can start the whole chain reaction. It's like a chain reaction. But right now, it doesn't look like we've got a strong bottom reversal yet. So we are watching for the right moment to pounce here. But on a soft moment like this, on a soft sideways moment like this, you can risk, nibbling. Like, let's say you have an estimated 100% allocation of what you can, whatever that is, how much you're going to buy, you could get like 5% right now. Just in case this is the lowest it goes. If it's not, you get another 5% much lower, and you get your average down. It does look like it's about to crack down. 362 is on the low side, and it looks like it's just about to crack down lower. So this isn't over. The dip is not over yet. And that's the beauty of using the 5-minute candles, green over red, is it really, really helps you call the dips, the bottom of the dips, pretty well. But you have to pay a little bit of attention to the strength of the price rejection. That's what I was talking about earlier.
It was common to wake up in the morning and an entire exchange disappeared overnight from bad actors or from hackers. So they definitely have that advantage. They also just have a lot of accounts. They have over 45 million accounts already. And so the leverage there beyond just even crypto, but the leverage to say, look, maybe at scale, Coinbase looks more like a neobank, and they say, if we can keep crypto safe, we can certainly keep your deposits safe. We can certainly be, trusted with your debit cards, with your credit cards, and we're already seeing some moves in that direction. So, the security piece is huge, but I wouldn't underestimate how much of a moat they have just by the sheer number of accounts that people have created.
Michael, the institutional piece of this, as we see more of these types of investors adopt or warm up to Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general, just how great is the runway and the trajectory for growth as you see that adoption rate potentially begin to accelerate?
So enormously, and Coinbase is very squarely one of a handful of counterparties that most of those institutions are willing to work with. So we've seen an enormous uptick in institutional demand. Most of these folks are going to be allocating over a long period of time, going from 0 to some number of basis points, 20 basis points, 1% of their portfolio in the space. There are very few players that they're actually going to work with. And I think that counterparty risk moat is enormous for many folks in the space, Coinbase, Fidelity, a few others. So you're going to see kind of this natural shelling point of a few of these industry behemoths take hold. And Coinbase is certainly a beneficiary of that.
Finally, Sarah, we're talking about Coinbase right now, but Gary Gensler is just taking the helm at the SEC today as well. Obviously has taught courses on it and seems to understand cryptocurrency. What are your expectations around more offerings, the possibility of, say, a Bitcoin ETF as well, now that we have a new leader at the helm there?
Yeah, I think that it's very much reasonable to assume that in the next 12 to 24 months, we will see the first U.S. ETF of crypto. Gemini has tried this several times. Others have tried. I believe Skybridge has tried. And we have them in Canada. We see them in other countries. And as more institutional investors get more interested in investing in crypto and retail investors, I think that the ETFs are inevitable and will just continue to grow, the overall market cap of crypto, which currently sits at around $2 trillion total, with about half of that, $1 trillion, being just Bitcoin.
All right, thanks a lot. Michael Bucella and Sarah Coons, we appreciate the insight on Coinbase. Thanks for being here. Still ahead, we're watching the markets with stocks at record highs, even though they took a bit of a dip after the release of the beige book. Energy is still the best performing sector, with oil soaring by 5%. We'll have much more on that right after this quick break. Stay with
us. I'm watching CNBC. Justin, just found your feed through TikTok today, Evan. Appreciate all the information you're providing and give someone newer to stocks like me a chance to see how you're thinking and making decisions. Thank you, man. Thank you, Justin. Really appreciate that. You don't hear it enough, like anybody saying something of any feedback kind of thing about how I'm doing, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. You just never can really hear it enough because it really helps you sort of figure out how you're doing as a guide instructor, educator, whatever you want to call it. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Uh, 25 years. All right, so coin is now breaking down to the downside even more. We're looking at that break at 362, and it looks like it's very much going to happen because we've got a flat bottom wedge, and we're hanging, being pushed down by the 8 moving average. You can see it both on my bottom screen and on the top screen. Where's the Zoom link, man? You're on the Discord, can't figure it out. Okay, let me paste it to you. Go into the free chat room. It must have just got clogged with too many things there. Go into the free chat room, and let's see. It's already there, though. You might be able to see it, but yeah, I'm going to paste it again. There you go. There's the link. Come on in. What are my go-to day trade indicators? Guys, what would you say? You know, you who've been with me a long time. What do you think my go-to day trade indicator is? FWAP is pretty important, but I think probably there's something else. Let's see. Hitting day high and lows for high frequency trading for sure. RSI, I never even use RSI. So you guys haven't been with me long enough to know that. There we go. Moving average, Meyer. There we go. Simple moving average. There it is. News, that is true, Matthew, for the day swings. News, believe it or not, very important. 3 white soldiers, I like that. Pivot points. Woo, that's a really good one. Very much the pivot points and very much moving averages. So I use the moving averages like a ruler, like an architect might use a measuring stick. Okay. I do not use the moving averages to create, you know, signal lines and all that kind of stuff because they'll be too delayed. But I use them to gauge trend strength, weakening or strengthening. And outside of that, pivot points. So if you don't know what that means, pivot point trading, send me a private message. I have some lessons I can lead you to, and some videos that I can lead you to on price action trading, learning how to trade price action. I think it's critical. It's just 100% how the psychology of the market and price is built. Blue Origin launches test flight.
Was on board today, but as the vehicle climbed above the Kármán line and then landed with parachutes in the West Texas desert, today's test is considered really a dress rehearsal as astronauts did exercises before and after the flight. The goal, of course, is to eventually carry people to the edge of space, and with another successful test flight under its belt, Blue Origin now appears to be that much closer, potentially in the coming weeks or coming months, to actually start putting people on board this system.
Do you ever watch John Oliver?
I do.
Okay, he said Blue Origin is the reason why Jeff Bezos is basically Lex Luthor. It's a pretty
That's pretty funny.
I wrote it if I try to tell it before.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on Blue Origin, and I guess let's move it. I have on Power Lunch, cashing in on the NFT craze. One company is betting big on digital sports memorabilia. Their stock making a crazy climb since going public. CEO is going to join us next. Plus, speaking of digital assets, Coinbase begins trading, soaring from its reference price. It's slightly below where it opened. We're going to speak with the NASDAQ president about what this listing means for the market. All when Power Lunch returns.
What was that question there? What's a good platform to day trade on? Webull or Thinkorswim? If you send me a private message, I can get you a link or a sign up for those. That way we both get a bonus. We get like free stock or whatever. You know how that works. So if you're new, haven't opened up a platform yet, send me a private message about that you want that, you know, sign up link or recommendation for the best platform. And we'll figure out what's best for you, and I'll get you that link. It's like a referral link. So I get a bonus that you get. We both get like a bonus. All right, coin is at 360 now. No, I mean, you guys, not a private message here in the Zoom. I got a whole bunch of people asking for that. Send me a private message in Discord or TikTok or, wherever you can, something that's a little bit more permanent. Once this Zoom is over, the chat's going to be gone. So I'm going to take care of those requests, those messages this afternoon. At what price do you think will be good to get back into coin? That's exactly what we're waiting for. I'm going to show you. We're waiting for a 5-minute green candle to break over a 5-minute red candle, and that will be the bottom reversal. It hasn't happened yet. Isn't that interesting? It hasn't happened yet. That's how good that signal is. I always find it fascinating how we've got a signal that's just so simple. 5-minute green candle breaks over red candle high. And yet it's so good, it's kept us out of the trade while the price continues to drop for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 for an hour now. It is perfectly kept us out of the trade. It's fucking phenomenal, that's just amazing. To me, it blows my mind sometimes that signal is so good like that. And it has mostly to do with that it's impossible for it not to be a good signal, because in order for anyone to create on a manipulated basis, create a red candle and then create a 5-minute candle to the other side, you'd have to have $1 billion. I mean, you'd have to have so much money, millions and millions of dollars. So it's not possible. So it tends to follow real sentiment and not be a manipulation. It tends to be real, a really good signal, a real signal. Once a 5-minute green candle closes, crosses above the high of a previous red candle. That's all in my classes, or whatever you want to call them, lessons or videos. Click on that link tree I gave up there. Did you see it? Click on that link tree, and there's something in there about the learning resources I have. And there's many, many lessons that follow that. All right, coin dropping more. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to be 340, 350, 360. It's kind of like, what is that game, the Hawaiian game where you go underneath the, how low can you go? What the hell is that called, Hive Mind? I can't think of it right now. It's called the something voodoo stick or something. Limbo, fucking A, yeah. There you go, limbo. The man's trying to say limbo, and he's just too old. He can't do the limbo. He hasn't done the limbo for 40 years. Where are you from? Alex asks. Where are you from? Like the context of when you ask that. Oh, hilarious. I am from mostly Southern California, but I've also lived on an island in the Caribbean and Cancun. I live now in Central Texas. For anyone who follows music and jazz in general, my father was jazz pianist Bill Evans, the pianist who played with Miles Davis and Tony Bennett. Some people know who that is. So that could be kind of cool factoid. And that you might not know, but you can go look up the bio on me on Primetime Trading Group, that I also write music for movies. That's right. I wish we could be shorting coin, but they do not offer shares to short right now, or if we could have puts, right? Oh God, yes, he does. Someone said Tony Bennett has the voice of an angel. Oh my God, yeah. It's almost like when he doesn't try, it's already better than everyone in existence. And then when he tries, it's like, wow. And he's 92 or 93 now, and he's still singing. You can short Bitcoin today. Yeah, that's right. You could be shorting Mara, Riot, if you wanted to. We're long. All right, we're still waiting for the 5-minute candle turnaround on coin. Amazingly, it has kept us out of the trade perfectly. Isn't that amazing? I find that to be amazing. If we had gotten in at any point in the last hour, any one of you may have thought, ooh, this is it. Ooh, this is it. Somebody else is like, ooh, right here, this is where I want to get in. No, the signal has said that it has not come yet. And the signal so far has been completely right. The price continues to drop. Coin has traded 52 million shares today. Oh, it's going by so fast sometimes. How many shares per minute are we trading? Let me see if I can zoom up a little bit here. About 500,000 shares a minute. Actually, that's every 2 minutes. So 250,000 shares per minute at a swap price of 400 essentially. Is that 400 or 389? 390. So every minute we are trading $100 million on coin. So much money going back and forth on coin right now. NFT boom. Let me look at this.
Or media companies start to see a second life box office for things, that's already cataloged, like movies or music. We think there's a really strong opportunity for lifetime collectors to create new markets beyond stocks and bonds for trading on the blockchain. So it's a really exciting time, and we intend to package it well so that you can move from a hype cycle into something that's lasting and meaningful for creators and anyone who's a producer of content.
Yeah. Brian, it's Morgan. I'm curious, about the company itself. You did this reverse merger. The stock chart's bananas. I realize it coming from basically being a penny stock to where we are today. But you got three main businesses that I'm looking at here. Pay, so the mobile payments. You got the marketplace. You got the financial, which houses these investment vehicles around Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. But I haven't seen any SEC filings as of late. No earnings or financials released either. Are you generating revenue? Are you making money? How quickly are you growing?
Yeah, so we're a new company, and we did something novel in terms of going public on the OTCs. Our intention always is the NASDAQ to move up and into.
Oh, so this is about Humble.
So for us, we saw
HMBL.
Our foot in the door.
They're talking about Humble.
Step to the NASDAQ and to grow our brand for customers and make that available early for people who wouldn't traditionally get in on IPO. You see a lot of choke points with IPOs and with FANG stocks with people.
No, Humble.
Deal flow
HMBL.
And then, the majority of the population that doesn't. So we wanted to do something novel. I think the market is saying to us, as long as you show up to work every day and try to package blockchain in one click for the customer as an Amazon of assets, we'll be there behind you. So, our intention is just to work hard and try to package something up for the customer that's really meaningful and packages these new technologies like blockchain in one click, whether it's NFTs or ETXs. We recently purchased created an agreement to purchase a ticketing business where we think there's just going to be this consolidation in blockchain that tokenization allows for.
But are you actually generating revenue yet? And if so, which of these businesses, represents the greatest growth opportunity?
Yeah, so excitingly we are. We just launched these ETX products that function as a basket of diversification on top of digital assets. The millennial and the Gen Z consumer is saying, we're willing to, invest in digital assets. We're hunting growth and new opportunities. So we wanted to step in there as sort of a layer on top of these exchanges to start giving people portfolio exposure to to the digital asset class. So yeah, we're getting, you know, thousands of new customers, and we have revenue coming in from that, and our intention is to keep driving forward, both on the ETXs and the NFTs. So we're generating revenue, thousands of new customers, and very exciting time for us.
All right, Brian Foote, CEO of Humble, we have to leave the conversation there. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Morgan.
Shares of Facebook are up 70% in the past year, but that literally looks like nothing compared to the 360% gain from Snap. So which social media stock should you friend for your portfolio? Boom, boom. Our traders will weigh in.
Which one should you block?
Ooh.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
It used to be that brainstorming required a whiteboard and squeaky markers. But when you have devices that let you collaborate
All right, I'll mute that.
from anywhere.
I got kind of like zoned out on that. That was funny. Microsoft Surface with Teams. Interesting. All right, so coin continues to drop. It's at 350 now. We're still stalking for entry. Per minute, Bob. Yeah, per minute. Like on the day, it's traded approximately 55 million shares by the time I'm done typing this. At 388 average price. So $21 billion have traded today. $21 billion. Pretty amazing IPO. And then you always get these people, they're like the fundamental people. They're like, that's ridiculous. It's not worth the blah, blah. You know, dude, it's worth whatever somebody will pay for it. Like, can you imagine, like, if you were trying to sell some, like, you guys who flip stuff, right? Can you imagine you had something that you wanted to flip, and there are people willing to pay, you know, like thousands for it or something. But then somebody's like, that thing's only worth like $150. You know, that's ridiculous that you're selling something for more than it's worth. Like, shut the fuck up. It's whoever wants to pay for it, that's the price. It's called the market, not the theory. It's called the market. Whatever people will pay in the market, like when you go buy stuff at the market, you don't have to buy it if it's too expensive for you. But if people are buying it at that price, then that becomes a price you can sell it at. So, yeah, don't listen to anybody who says, oh, it's overvalued, it's undervalued. You don't have to think of it really that way. You just have to get to learn to read charts and see which way the price is going. It's more important to understand which way is the price going than it is how much is this worth. Like, that means nothing. Which way is the price going? Because guess what? You're not even buying the fucking company when you buy these stock shares. This is called the secondary market. These shares were already sold. You're not actually technically owning shares of the company. They have to, it's in the secondary market. So it's like trading baseball cards. You guys are trading with each other. It's only when the company wants to buy them back do they have actual company linked value. So pretty funny. All right, we are still waiting for that bottom reversal signal on coin. This is like a historic drop. I mean, talk about just straight down. We trade pieces of paper, yes. Ooh, nice. Some refreshing watermelon. Ah, smells like it's getting into season. Really nice watermelon. In case you didn't know, I do a lot of ASMR on the show. No, I don't really, but it just sort of happens. Sterling, you joined the group. I do this every day. Yeah, and I'd love to have you. Where? Did you not get in here through the Discord? If you did, okay. Then you join over here. I'm typing it. Yes, okay, I think I typed that right. Also, you can go there and read my bio too. Coin still dropping. 343. When will the bottom get put in? That's what everybody wants to know. Yes, sir. Click the link in my bio to join the trading room. That will bring you right into my live stream where I am trading in 4K. Much better. A much better stream. Oh, yeah, you bet, Sterling. And then click that link tree also, because I have all kinds of other resources for you. You sound like you appreciate that. Let me put that here. Yes, and Faraz knows that the time to buy coin, based on what he's doing, is still coming. It's not yet. It is when we get the 5-minute candle signal. Well, that's good. Who in the group who has been trading with us for a while has a video camera on, has a webcam, and would like to say something good about your experience with the group? Would you mind doing that? Just click, like your video thing. It'll start to come up and unmute your mic. The webcam button. All right, well, I'll turn that off for right now because maybe you guys weren't paying attention. Coin really taking a dive now. 338. The angle of the descent is so strong. SPY also dropping. Check out SPY, the S&P 500. Here's some of the first green I've seen in coin in about 20 minutes. Let's see if that will do something. Yeah, that's interesting, Mitch. Yeah, maybe that's what's going to happen. All right, don't get excited about that little green bounce there. We need a 5-minute candle turnaround. This has been really exciting. And we've got puts on the S&P 500, and the S&P 500 is tanking. I'm so glad. I've learned so much here that I only went in 25%. That's good. All right, later, Kaha. All right, again, if SPY breaks 411, really 411 and 10 cents, I'm going to get more puts. I think that's a good idea because that will be a break of the low of yesterday. So what that means is it completely erases the progress of yesterday, and that's not a fun feeling for people. So that's going to, bring people to their mercy level. And that's going to drive the market down even further. Yes, Justin. Oh, you sent me a private message. The question was there ever an indication or a signal to sell when coin was in the 420 to 425 range? It just depends on if you were going in on that 2-minute candle basis or if you were doing a high frequency trade. And it would have been the bottom of the 2-minute candles. The last one, the bottom of the last one that went up. So it was probably about 425. I'm not looking at it right now. But if you were a high frequency trader, I teach you to take profits all the way up to key psychological levels like that 430. And then when you see ladder breakdowns like 430 to 420, to get all out on those ladder points. So, the high frequency traders that I train through private lessons and one-on-ones, they know how to figure that stuff out, and you get better and better at it over time. Now we're waiting for this bottom reversal on this coin IPO to buy in. Now, if you are still hanging on to any shares, you can buy in some more at this lower end, and then have a cost average that's halfway between the two at that point, depending on how much you buy in at the bottom. Well, yes, if you can. Yes, if you can, Spencer, definitely. So we had just like a double bottom bounce off of SPY just now at 411, and I completely don't believe it. My experience tells me that is a complete fake move and that we are going to crash through 411.10 pretty soon here. I think that I call BS on that little bounce. Why even go back down there, right? Hello, come on, let's think of it logically. I mean, that's so transparent. It's like so obvious. Sometimes I think trading is sort of like dating. It's like if you're really experienced with the opposite sex or people, or even just people, just being street smart, that kind of a thing, or are you kind of naive, you know? So there's that whole level, and just because you're naive doesn't mean someday you can't be really smart about it all. Because, dude, there was a day where I was naive. There was a decade where I was naive. You know, so over time, you start to learn actually how to be really smart about things, why people are doing things, why these things are behaving these ways, and you start to see right through them. You go, oh, dude, you don't fool me one bit, you know? That's exactly how you get when you start to get pretty experienced. Yes, Coinbase. It's the IPO today. It's a pretty big deal today. See what I'm talking about? There goes the S&P. It couldn't even make it back 25% off of that bullshit little pullback that it was trying to do there. And now it is crashing down. So I'm ready to load up some more puts at this point, like a 2 or 3 week put on that breakdown at 411.10. There it goes. Market is dropping. Coin still not giving us a 5-minute reversal candle. Could happen at any time, and yet it hasn't. That's just amazing. I really think that's pretty impressive. Everybody, don't forget to follow me on TikTok. Thanks for showing up. We are Day Trading Coin. And if you click the link in my bio, you can come and join my trading room right now to watch us trade in lifetime in 4K and with less delay and, see things faster. There's another big drop on coin. It's now at 318. It does seem like it just wants to go to 250, doesn't it? SPY. There it goes. Did you get yourself some puts on SPY? Switch to my other screen. Inacker. I don't know, Lnacker, whatever your name is. Switch to my other screen. You can watch it on the high frequency trading setup and see it a little bit more clearly. I don't know actually, but other members can tell you. Can you guys tell him how to switch to the other screen as a participant in a Zoom? I'm always the instructor. Sorry. Yeah, now as far as the SPY puts, Ryan, maybe you didn't hear though, we're in it for 2 or 3 weeks because we're expecting SPY to drop. This was a historic 50-year event. SPY went on a 13-day green run. Hadn't seen that in 50 years. And so now it's going to start pulling back, and we think it's going to do that for the next 2 weeks. Probably like the 413 or 414 or 415 strike puts for about 2 weeks of time. Something that has like 15 days on it. Yeah, 415 is what I got. I have the 415 April 23 right now. That's what I have. We still have not gotten that bottom reversal candle yet. We're starting to get a little bit of a turnaround. Now we're starting to get some kind of a turnaround on coin now. Be ready. This could be the bottom reversal. That was me just getting some more SPY puts. At about 331.10. That's what we're looking for. 331.10. Okay, look at this. We may be finally getting a bottom reversal. At 331.10, that'll be a 5-minute candle reversal. We're seeing some signs already on the 2-minute. This could be the moment of truth. On the 2-minute, we're seeing the strength, but does it have enough conviction? Is it real enough to signal on the 5-minute? That's what we're looking for. You know, probably, yeah, something like that, 332 to 355. Yeah, right, because that's that condensation zone, consolidation zone, 352, something like that for a target. But hey, it's got to actually trigger here, so we'll see. If it doesn't have the momentum, doesn't have the strength, doesn't have the sentiment, it's not going to happen. I also bought April 30, 415 SPY put. Tesla just cracking to the downside. I'm going to go ahead and get another put, because that looks like that's really following through on SPY. Nope. Coin could not give you the 5-minute candle signal. That was my SPY put. Getting another one. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Should I still do 415? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The put we're talking about, for days we've been buying puts on SPY, SPY. Options have calls and puts, and we've been buying puts on SPY. The market is tanking, and we expect it to pull back for many days. So we're getting a 2-3 weeks worth of puts on SPY. If you don't know what that is yet, stick with me over the next few weeks. You'll learn more about how to do all that. Tesla puts just printed like mad. Apple hasn't cracked to the downside yet, but I bet it will. Here goes coin. Big, huge uptick. That could be the bottom right there. Here we go. Get ready to enter coin. If it hits 331.10, enter 331.10. Get ready. Here we go. We got a huge candle forming. This is really going to trigger something. Here it comes. Here it comes. 328. 326, starting to pull back. If it can't make it over it, you know, that's a sign that we shouldn't have gotten in. So good. Do not get in until the confirmation number, 331.10. That was a pretty strong candle that just got put in on the 2-minute. But can it continue? Can it have enough strength to reverse the 5-minute candles? We will see. And that's why we filter and we wait for that filter. There we go. Get ready. 328.50. 329. $329. We're looking for 331.10. If it can't break 331.10, it just doesn't have the sentiment. Here we go, 329.50. And it will fail. $329.80. Pulling back to 329 into the 328s. $329.50. $329.80. Can it make it? Can it make it? Does it have the strength? $331. Boom, you're in. That's it. Entry on coin. Boom, entry. That was the signal right there. And I have fingers crossed. That's the best we can do. That we waited for what? An hour and a half. How far will it go? We don't know. At this point now, we can use the 5-minute candles to stay in the trade. And I'll show you how to do that. As each subsequent 5-minute candle forms, the previous low is your stop out point. You got it? Does everybody understand that? It's that simple. Did everybody get that? Your stop, your exit value point is at the previous 5-minute candles, previous 5-minute candles low. We're just going to follow that up. One more time. Your exit will be, so pull up 5-minute candles if you can on your charting software. Your exit will be at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Simple as that. You can do some stuff. It's a little more advanced. Maybe it keeps you in a little longer, but you know, that's a nice, simple way to do it. Right there. All right, so we're winning. How's everybody doing? No, I do it myself. Look at it go. So that was a confirmed bottom reversal right there. And it looks to be performing. It creates immense FOMO in people. Like it's running away without them. and that they just keep piling in. You could long-term hold it from here, but I don't really advise that. I'd rather you took profits on this run. First profit target is like congestion zone of 352. However, you can literally just follow up the previous 5-minute candle low as high as it goes. Make it easy on yourself. I don't know, Ryan. I mean, that's just the way it seems. I don't really need to think. I just follow the probability on that. See, look at the price just appreciating and appreciating. We haven't seen that, right? We haven't seen that happen. And it's happening. That is the beauty of the 5-minute reversal candle on a dip buy. A very, very good signal. Now, it's okay for you guys. Let's say you have, I don't know, 25 shares. Just depends on how much money you have. It's okay for you to sell one. See what I mean? It's okay to sell a little here and there. You don't have to like clench the whole thing like grandma with her purse, you know. Start dropping a few, a share here, a share there every now and then. You can decide what that is for you. Every $5, every $10, every dollar, whatever it is. You can make it up for yourself. It really doesn't matter. But the most important thing that is important is that you are kind of taking a little out every now and then. That is the professional thing to do. So the current stop out right now is likely to be the low of this candle, which is to close. And the current low is 325. 325. Is that it? Yeah, 325. So you're going to be in this until it hits 325. So that's why you got to be taking a little bit of profits here and there along the way. Let's say you had 20 shares. By now, maybe you've sold one or two. Yeah, Juan says he has 25. No, you don't, Juan. Now you have 24. All right, get rid of one. Chip the load, yes. See how that's running? It is entirely possible, but maybe not probable. But it is entirely possible that it runs all the way back up over VWAP, all the way back over the open, all the way to the high of the day, and runs up. So that is possible. That doesn't mean you hold all your shares the whole time, though, because it's not probable. It's possible, but not probable. And so therefore you need to be taking out some profits every now and then. If you got like 25 shares like Juan, you take one out at 340. You take one out at 335. You take one out at 330. The current stop out is 325. That number, hopefully, if things keep progressing nicely, not every trade works out well, but this one could, right? Now, hopefully, if things continue to progress nicely, that stop out number will increase from 325 to something higher. So we'll see. Currently, you sell everything once it hits 325. Okay, we have some pullback. This could be another point for you to load up a few more shares whenever you have a pullback like that. bit of a pullback, coming back towards that stop out point, and you can actually add on again, depending on what your pattern day trading rule situation is. But for those of you that can, those pullbacks can be add-on points, especially as it gets close to your stop out, because that becomes low risk. All right, we have 2 more minutes in this 5-minute candle that's formed. And then we'll know if we have a higher stop. Possibly the new stop out will be 331, but that's not set in stone yet. 325 is our current stop. All right, we're getting bullish hot dog on the 2 minutes with increasing volume on the 2-minute candles. All right, price is increasing. We have 30 seconds left in this 5-minute candle. So the new stop is 331. Has everybody got it? Your new stop is 331. That's your all out, 331. Now you may have set, like I said, if you had like 25 shares, you may have set like, okay, at every $5, I'm going to take off a share. Stick to it. Stick to that rule. So here comes 340, for example. Maybe that's, a point in which you intend to take a little off. All right, we just blasted through 340. We're at 342. So you should be up like 10 points on our entry at 331. $343, $343, $334, $344. Coming up on $345. That could be a milestone point for you to take off another share, for example. We have 33 minutes left on this market before market close. And coin is running up off that bottom. That is how we pick a bottom. Ryan got in at 315 even. Way down there at the bottom. A little bit risky, but it was actually in a more advanced signal. Highly unconfirmed though. Like 90% dirty signal. Yeah, you're absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'm glad I helped you. Make sure you click the link in the bio and make sure to follow me. Yep. I totally hear you on that. Oops, I typed that. All right, that's one of the biggest pullbacks we've had in a while. But so far, we are also now following up the 8 moving average on the 2-minute chart. So let's see if we can hold that. Remember, 331 is your current stop, 331. Thanks, Bob. That's that was the high that we needed to break on the previous significant red candle. Had to sneeze, sorry. No, it's not COVID. Thank you. We are still in this trade. Have you been taking a little bit of profits at those milestone points I'm talking about? You don't want to be so greedy that you make nothing. You want to sell a share here and there. You don't know if this is going to be the end of how high it goes for you. All right. Well, as long as you have some kind of a plan. Okay, my ear. Okay, Nikki. Thinkorswim, yes. Or was Nivian, Thinkorswim. The red-green indicator, what you need to do is click the link in my bio. It's a custom indicator that I programmed. Click the link in my bio, and that will bring you into our Discord. And in the Discord, there's a channel called Chart Traders Awesome Links. And one of those links is to my custom indicators. Was that the stop out just there? It was really close, I'll tell you that. Really close. You just about darn near stopped out. Hopefully you guys took profits along the way because it looks like you're about to get stopped out. No, we didn't. It's right at the stop out, 331. No, we haven't passed the stop out yet. Almost, though. Literally 331. And you can give it a dime or 20 cents, by the way, of wiggle room. Can you transfer your holdings from Robinhood to Thinkorswim? Yes, it's called an ACAT transfer, but it takes 2 weeks and you can't touch either platform during that time. Not even once, or it resets the process. You're better off just selling everything and then going over to Thinkorswim or whatever you want to, whatever. And just rebuying what you had if that's what you want to do. I believe it will reconnect when you buy it again, as far as tax purposes reasons. It'll be a wash sale and you'll be able to connect the two and it will stay a long-term investment. If you buy with it, there it is. There was hang on. It only lasted a split second. Do not exit. Hold on. It's already rallying off of that little push down. Do not exit. Do not exit. We're seeing some appreciation at the upside. However, if it does fall again down to 331, below 331, then exit. But thing is, you don't want to be so quick with your exit there that when it does that, just beep, little blip, and then it like runs, it stops you out. You don't want that. So you need to see it actually making a difference down there. That's why I say wait for the ask on the bid ask. Wait for the ask to be below 331. So you're still in it. You're still in the trade. And really that low that got put in is now the new stop, which is 330. 330. Yeah, that's what I got. 430, 415s. Uh-huh. Yep. On SPY. Good. Excellent. Yeah, in the 420s. Uh-huh. Good. Excellent. You did really well on picking that. All right, so this may be the highest price that you get for an exit on your position now. It might not run from here. It might reverse and then stop out and then go down to the bottom. So if you have, 10 shares or something, you probably want to de-risk a little bit. Take some profits, in other words. Because until it can run and break 344, 345, it's sort of topping off of this reversal that it was putting in. Yes, I will. All right, so yeah, 330 is the current stop. You can get both, Charles. You don't have to close one and get the other. You can keep them both. We don't know how fast the whole pullback is going to be. If it's going to be super fast, happen in a week, happen in 2 weeks, happen over 3 weeks. We'll see. Here goes SPY dropping hard again. Seems to be. Okay, this might be the highest price you get on coin right now on that entry that we had. Yep, it looks like it does want to pull back. It's forming a short-term head and shoulders, which is a top. Remember, our stop is 330, so we're still in it. This is one of the best platforms, yes, think or swim. All right, the market is nose diving again. So that's going to be bad for Tesla. There goes Tesla. Puts on Tesla, printing like mad crazy today. Congratulations to those of you who took puts on Tesla. Apple kind of hanging in there. But we did choose puts on Apple today. And MSTR, definitely printing. Good downside hedge. And of course, we're all over SPY puts. All right, coin is almost an exit at 330. When the ask hits 330, here it comes. All right, it's didn't trigger. You're still in the trade. There it is. Hard drop. That's the importance of those pivot points. Hard drop. The trade is over. Exit 330. Dropped all the way down to 327, 326. I mean, this is how fast this happens. 325. That's the end of that pop that we got back there off the bottom reversal. 325. Yep. What do you mean, should you be concerned you're red? We just told you to exit at 330. Are you talking about on coin? Oh, SPY. Oh, it's just like that's a 2 or 3 week play. So you can just hold that. If that bothers you, you can exit and don't play that if you don't like that. But it takes some risk in order to take that bet. It's like 2 or 3 week play. It takes time to mature. You know, we're not calling the exact point like we did on coin. Yeah, it's a swing. There you go. Yeah, it's called a swing trade. All right, we have 21 minutes to the market close, and it looks like coin just did not want to go up to the upside today. You'll have the opportunity to get options on it on Monday or Tuesday. Tesla leading the market down, really. All the way down to 732 now. We called those puts at 763. So that's about $3,000 per option. Not really, Charles, just because I don't pull up the charts like that. But Bitcoin, yeah, I comment on Bitcoin a lot. What do you want to know? Which coin are you interested in knowing about? Yeah, Freddie, yeah, I'm happy to meet you, man. Adam, Matic, and Vet. Let's see. Cardano. Oof, my system's acting slow. This is what community is about. Yes, by the way, Gabriel, you are doing direct messages right now. You're like, oh, shit. Like private messages. From what I see, that looks great. ADA. You might take some profit off here. Wait for it to come back down a little bit. Okay. Why did you tell me to look at it? Okay, yeah. Wait a little bit. All right, I'm going to switch back over here. We got 18 minutes to the close. It's been absolutely spectacular trading with you guys today. A lot of fun. This coin IPO was incredible. What a flame out after that high. Really good using the 5-minute candles to try to get our entry there. That kept us out of a huge drop. No, I'm not calling it right now. No way. We got 18 minutes to the close. How often do I trade? Every day in the group. Every day, live trading. I do the morning sessions, and then if it happens to be an exciting day, like today, like with the coin IPO, I'll hang in for however much of the day is interesting and exciting. Yeah, but somebody asked, do running these programs demand high RAM and processing power? Yeah, it takes money to make money. I mean, you're not going to be able to be a successful day trader for a couple $100. That's just the truth of it. And you could still do okay with a $600 PC, probably. Obviously, $1,000 or a $2,000 one's going to be much better, but you can still do it with a $600 one, something like that. A $450 HP Pavilion or something. Laptops, they can do it. They're going to get hot, but yeah, they can do it. When I said a second ago my computer's really struggling, that's because I'm watching all these charts all at the same time. You might not be. And each one of them has, like 15 indicators on them. So you take 32 charts on this particular screen times, at least 10 indicators each. I think there might be 15. And you're talking about 300 or 400 indicators being mapped and showing in real time. So, yeah. It takes money. It really does take money to make money. You can do some of this. You can just start to dabble for free, though. You can do paper trading. You can paper trade with Thinkorswim. So you can learn without spending any money. You can paper trade with Webull and with Thinkorswim. I hear you can't paper trade options with Webull, but on Thinkorswim you can. So you can just practice. You can just practice and learn to trade on Thinkorswim. And then, be building up some savings, until the practice seems to show that it's paying off and you haven't, lost money and you're consistently profitable. Please write that on your wall. Wait to risk real money. Wait to stake myself with real money until I am consistently profitable paper trading. Absolutely. Would you give your money to someone like yourself, another person who's like yourself in the position that they're in, to trade with right away? Or would you tell them to prove themselves to you first? So why would you do that to yourself? And it's even your own hard-earned money, right? So you should definitely paper trade for months until you are consistently profitable. All right, coin is moving up again, but it's sideways on the 5-minute chart. So a 5-minute signal wouldn't happen until 3:45. We have 14 minutes to the close. I don't think coin is going to give another signal here. Yeah, you don't have to spend money. You don't have to risk money yet until you're ready. And until then, you could be building up your savings for it. And in that meantime, your savings can even be in a particular set of investments that are making some money. Not something that your friends told you, but something that someone experienced tells you, or an advisor. And then when you're ready, $500 is too small, in my opinion. $2,000 would be much better. $5,000, now you're getting, in the realm of semi-serious. $10,000, about the same. $15,000, about the same. $20,000, now you're getting a little more serious. $25,000, serious. At that point, now you can overcome all the SEC regulations on day trading, but $30,000 is really the minimum for you to be very serious about this. No, $30,000 account. No, just a $30,000 account. Carlos, you can go to my YouTube and learn more about options there. I have some good classes there. Also, classes that I've taught that are on my YouTube and stuff have been cut up into like lessons and stuff. And I have a place where you can go and buy that for $7, like the organized version. Like imagine you took all the classes I've ever taught, even like these day trading sessions, and imagine I took out the absolute best portions of them, like the 7-minute thing where I showed you something and like I literally taught you something. Imagine, just hundreds of those all cut up and organized for you for $7. I just private message me if you want to have that. By the way, don't private message me in the Zoom. Private message me on TikTok or Discord, or if you have in my email or somewhere, just anything, because the Zoom messages are going to be gone in a minute. When the Zoom closes down. But here's the link. A bunch of my resources. It's Linktree/chart trader. Linktree/chart trader. So that was pretty awesome trading today with you guys, everybody on TikTok. Make sure that you click the link in my bio. I trade every day live in my trading community group. And I'd love to see you there. And we can do this again tomorrow and every day. And for some reason, my camera disappeared. When did that happen? Did anybody notice that? When did that happen? I think that happens like my camera overheats or something. Let's try bringing me back. There we go. I'm back. Probably because I was using there we go. Let's try this one. Okay. I think TV is going to go up. I like the idea. I like that merger. I think TV is going to do okay. So I got in, not with the intention to day trade or scalp a little bit, but to see where it goes over the next few days. If it doesn't, then I'll cut out. But maybe it will. BISD is doing outstanding. Where is it today? I don't know, but that's just daily variance. But it's doing great, and I just got my dividend, $740 a couple days ago. I got that dividend. That's incredible. BISD's doing great. Yep, I'm still hanging on to deer. Yep, for dear life, and I'm hitting onto Caterpillar for Caterpillar life. Yes, sir. And Boeing. How many times are we going to do this? All right, coin completely crapping out. By the end of the day, it may even make a new low. But frankly, I wouldn't call that a failure for coin because, it opened above 250, which was where it was projected to open. And this happens, I don't remember with Roblox what opening day was like, but we traded Roblox as well. We trade a lot of those very hyped IPOs, and that happens. Sometimes these IPOs, they go through price discovery mode, and it takes many days for them to figure out kind of like where's their grounding, where's their footing. What's the W8 Ben form? Where did you get that? The W8 Ben form? Oh, that's for that's for foreign traders. But why did you? All right, what country are you in, Nivian? Is that Sweden or something? What kind of name is that? Go vendor. South Africa. Oh, okay. So a W8 Ben is a form that a foreigner must fill out in order to open an account in a U.S. Bank account. Probably that's why you're asking me that. I'm not sure what you're doing. You asked me about that, and anyway, that's what that is. So just fill it out. Cool. All right. But like I was saying, if you send me a private message in Discord or TikTok asking for a link, the benefit link, where so we both get actually a bonus, the bonus link, and you sign up with Thinkorswim or Webull, I can get you either one. Then you'll get the bonus stocks or some kind of a bonus, and I will get an equal bonus as well. We'll both get a bonus. Yeah, I don't know if it's too late now, but we can give it a try. It's okay. Yeah, send me a message. Thank you very much. This is amazing. I respect you for hosting Zoom calls and allowing others to trade with you, even beyond sharing your knowledge. Definitely be coming back and checking out your resources and guides. Thank you. Yes, and we have other traders in the group, other lead traders who trade penny stocks and do spread trading and options like lottos. We have several lead traders in the group. You can follow everyone's alerts and conversations. They have their own channels, and you can have multiple opportunities every day in that way. It's not just me here, but it's an entire kind of trading community, trading group, really. And we'd be happy to have you. If you guys would like to trade with me live tomorrow, then go ahead and click the link that I'm about to give you in the Zoom or wherever you are. Just click the link anywhere. It'll to take you to primetimetradinggroup.com and sign up for a free trial. You get a whole week of free trials. So that means you get free trading with me and all the analysts tomorrow, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then you can be back here again on Wednesday for free. You have all that for free today and the entire week and next week Wednesday before you even need to decide whether or not this is for you. So I guess that was like my sales pitch. But here's the link, and I think that you can give it a try and see if it's fun for you, and see if it's something you want to do regularly and consistently. Tesla still dropping like a ton of bricks. SPY just can't get it up. It looks like it's probably going to break down here at the close even a little bit more. And Apple also looks like it might break low before the closing bell. And LFMAO, no, just kidding. It's LFMD. Still doing pretty bad on the day. Good, but it's good for our puts, as well as MSTR. So we called getting in puts on MSTR a while back there. I think maybe it was 800 or 820 at the time. It's now 730. So if you thought there was an opportunity on Tesla, there was even a better shorting opportunity going on MSTR all day. And an much easier one. What's up, Faraz? Faraz says he made $2,200 in his first 7 days. Faraz, can I have you go on video and tell that? That's pretty cool. Hang on. Can you go on video and say that? Go ahead. Oh, yes, it's far too late for MSTR puts. That's for the whole day. Yeah, it invited me. I turned it on for you. Let's see. You don't have to be a... All right, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
What's up, Evans?
Right, love it.
That first 7 days that I was that I joined the group for the free trial, I found you on TikTok. I was scrolling around. I looked. You were talking about like joining the chat and getting on the Zoom calls, and I really had a question for you, so I went ahead and did it. And anyways, yeah, that first 7 days, I think we had a really good run on GameStop and Boeing. and it
I
just
remember
blew up
that.
my account, and I could have paid for annual membership. I could have had your class for a year. You know what I mean? And plus on top of the referrals and stuff, it was awesome. So yeah, I really appreciated you guys that first 7 days. It helped me paid myself $3,600 last month alone.
Oh man,
That's a paycheck, man. So
that's a lot of tequila.
yeah, that's a lot of a lot of bottles of Don Julio.
And probably since then, you've learned a lot of little teeny things that have really added up.
Man, the way I traded back then compared to now, it's like it really hurts my soul to think about it, because
How much danger you were putting yourself in, right?
On top of that, it's how much I missed out on. I mean, just learning from you. If I would have just listened in those Zoom calls and those chats as you were telling me, like screaming it in my ear, I would have been able to make like, and I'm not even joking with you guys, probably like 10 to 15 grand, you know, like, so, 3,600, it's awesome. Now, I'm gonna try to do better, be more disciplined, and capture those higher gains, because it's very profitable, or very possible to be profitable in your group. Very possible. Even and these past 2 weeks have been crap, man. So
right. The last, like, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks.
If you want to lose the least amount of money, just literally go click on that link, hit the 7-day free trial, come and try us out. And I mean, seriously, you got 7 whole days to like consider it, and it's only $150. If you can't make $150 in 7 days, maybe you should reconsider trading.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, it's so true. I mean, it's so true. I mean, I think that, like, for example, get the $150 monthly membership, right? Get the $175 Dosh Trader, put $500 in your Thinkorswim, and then paper trade for 6 months. And literally, even that, you being down, whatever that amount is, like that alone could train you to make thousands when you come out of the other side of that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Evans. I appreciate it. It looks like market's closing here. So
okay.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk and everything. Thank you.
Okay. See you later. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, close your coin position if you are down. But if you're not, then you're okay to hold it until tomorrow. That's it. Thank you. Does anybody want to talk about how they did today for a few minutes? You're welcome to. If you would like to, I do believe you're able to turn on your video and turn on your mic. You can give that a try. There you are. Hi. Can't hear you.
Oh.
There you are.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, so I mean, I've come up with the Wednesday calls a couple of times. Today, at least I made about $2,000 on Tesla alone. So,
woo!
Yeah, it's just really just maybe one put, and
wow.
initially got me in on the call, and then at that point in time, when you just caught it and was like, nope, it didn't reverse. It looks like it's still going down. I switched it up, and there you go. It's $2,000.
Man, fantastic. That's what's up right there. $2,000 on Tesla. Way to go. How about anybody else? Anybody else want to talk about how they did today? Alex says he's down $400. And hey, that happens. That's okay. Up, down, the market is very difficult the last 2 weeks. And the market could continue to be difficult. But yeah, it's going to get way better. Absolutely. Now, Michael, that doesn't sound too good. But we get the spectrum because we're all independent actors upon what we're doing here, and that's why we simply cannot guarantee results. We literally, it just happens every day. We'll all take the same trades, and we'll have many people will make money, maybe 50% of the people to 70%, but then some people don't make money. I don't know what went wrong, but something went wrong. Bad setup, bad brokerage, not enough money, That's just the way it goes sometimes. It's a process. It's a process, and you will do better next time. All right, everybody. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. And make sure you send me private messages if you want like one-on-one lessons. If you just need any kind of advice at all, just send me a private message. I'll help answer the question for you. No problemo. Really great trading with you today. I had a lot of fun on this Wednesday trading with you. All right. Let's do it again tomorrow. See you in the morning. Thank you.